Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the city of North Miami Beach. The time is 6:14 p.m. and we are going to commence our city commission meeting for today, Tuesday, May 16th, 2023. Before we call the roll, Mr. Interim City Manager, you had an announcement that it's important before we even get started.
Yes, we apologize, but this morning we were notified and we observed that Channel 77 is not operational on Comcast. We notified them first thing this morning and then again this afternoon. They're working on it, but we will tell people, if you go to any of the social media accounts, we posted on there that you can watch it live on NNB TV on our website. Obviously, if you turn into 77, you're going to see blank, but hopefully people will look at the other alternatives, Instagram, Facebook, other social media accounts, and also at the top of our website, it has an announcement as well that you can click on that. It'll take you right to the live TV. So we apologize for that, Mayor, but Comcast is working on it.
Got it. Thank you very much. Okay, Madam Clerk, if you can kindly call the roll.
Commissioner Florimon?
Here.
Commissioner Jean? Commissioner Joseph? Commissioner Smith?
Present.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Present.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Here.
Mayor Anthony DiFilippo?
I am here.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum. You're ready to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we're going to have our invocation. If we can have kindly Pastor Abraham Rivera from LP Life Center come up. Thank you, Pastor, for joining us today.
Good evening. Thank you all, Mr. Mayor, commissioners. We're going to start with a prayer, with an invocation, and I ask myself, why do we do this? Why does the Florida Senate and Congress do this? Why does the House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate do this? And I think it's not because we're Christian or Jew or because of any other thing. I think it's because we understand that we are here and we respond to a higher power. And I respectfully suggest to you, Mr. Mayor, and all the commissioners, and even our residents, people are going to speak today, that since we respond to a higher power, we should understand that and we should respect each other and we should be motivated not by our religion or our beliefs or our selfish pursuits, but we should ask that higher powers, whatever we call him, we should ask his wisdom and his peace on everything we do. And this goes back a long way. This goes back before our country was a country, when Benjamin Franklin stood up before the Continental Congress and they were making a constitution. He says, I understand and I know that God is involved in the affairs of men. So I just thank you all, and I just invite all of us to bring civility and wisdom and peace and unselfishness into our conversations. Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this wonderful day. We thank you for this great country we live in. We thank you for this great city, the city where people care. We thank you that you allow us to exercise this republic, this free form of government, where we are not controlled by anyone. We are our own kings. We thank you that we are allowed to vote for a mayor and council members. And we thank you that we know that we have wise people in power today, from the mayor, the council people, to even the city manager. We just thank you for that. And we ask you to keep in us, in through us, and through our conversations, a spirit of peace, of wisdom, and of reconciliation. We thank you that today we will discuss many things that will determine the future of our great city. So we ask that our conversations would be civil. We ask that our motivations would be unselfish. And we ask that we would listen to each other with unselfish ears to come to good decisions. I thank you personally, as a resident of the city for 29 years, I thank you for this government, for this mayor, and for these council people. And I know that today, in advance, before this meeting is even started, I thank you because it's going to be a great success. We ask this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Are there people downstairs? Mr. Mayor, may I ask if there are people, Madam Clerk, are there people downstairs?
Do we have the waiting room downstairs, or is everybody in up here?
I'm not sure. I can have someone check for you.
We'd just like to know, for the sake of...
It looks like you have an overflow, so are there people downstairs, so we want to give them time to come up if they want to speak?
We did create an overflow downstairs with a TV. Ricardo's down there, or at least monitoring it. So if for public speaking, they will come up and we'll wait for them, and they'll be queued. So, and as seats clear here, we can ask some people to come up if they're still downstairs.
I wanted to make sure nobody was left out that wanted to speak. Thank you very much.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any requests or withdrawals for deferments or any additions to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Item 5.4 will be deferred to a future meeting. That's under presentations.
Pledge of Allegiance, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry, we got stuck.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Madam Clerk, we did the invocation. Let's go ahead and if we can all rise, please, for our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, now we can proceed with item number 4, which is our deferments or requests. We have item 5.4, that's deferred.
Yes. Per the city manager's request, item 12.6 would all be pulled and deferred to a future meeting. Right? And we have a few businesses here that we're going to recognize and honor, and that will be placed under item 5.9.
So what's 5.8?
5.8 is going to be instead a proclamation recognizing Barbara Pearson.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
We're going to add the consent for the seniors.
We received a few applications for the Senior Advisory Board, and so we're going to be adding those items under under appointments. So the names are as follows: Carolyn Jimenez, Evelyn Cyril. The last name is Valinsky Fieni, Tricia Harris, Lillian Monelia, Rodney Nesbitt. Those are the only applications. These applications will be added for consideration to the Senior Advisory Board for
Understood.
Commissioner Smith.
Okay,
Thank you.
okay. And I think that concludes everything for our agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, Mr. Attorney.
one housekeeping. On item 11.1, it's shown as second and final reading. I believe that actually is for first reading. It was pulled before it ever got to first reading, if I remember correctly. So,
I don't have that.
item 11.1, ordinance number 2022-11.
That's 12.1.
12.1 on legislation.
Then I have an old agenda, apparently.
So wait,
shopping cart.
what about it?
Shopping cart ordinance.
So it's a first, not a second.
First reading.
First reading, right.
First reading. And because I have an old agenda, that's probably why there is, or there was an item, or there is an item that's
Yes.
an ordinance related to the pension changes that we would ask that it be withdrawn from the agenda.
That would be ordinance number 2023-06.
It's 12.6, that's, I think,
I will-
she pulled it.
I will take, okay, she did, okay. I'm having difficulty, as you can.
No problem.
So, nothing further.
Okay.
And Andres, what about the presidential one? Should I just do it when I go up?
Yes, when we talked about when you go up, okay?
Okay, so we're good. On the consent agenda?
Move to approve, Mr. Mayor.
Second, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay, so we have 4-1. Okay, moving on to our presentation and discussions, our item 5.1, we have a proclamation if the Mystic Force Foundation can kindly come up. Madam Clerk.
Oh, we got an injury.
So if I could have my colleagues join me?
Test.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. So we have a couple of presentations this afternoon, and we'll be brief. We know we got a stacked agenda. But, April is a special month in the city of North Miami Beach because we honor Sal Vanni and the Mystic Force Foundation and our Heroes Hangout that is here in the city of North Miami Beach. So I have with me today here Sylvia Vanni, Mr. Stephen Vanni, and their daughter. And I would like to pass the mic before I read the proclamation from some words from their organization.
Dr. Fanny.
Dr. Vanni, sorry.
Thank you so much. So this is the 15-year anniversary of our Mystic Force Foundation of raising awareness and desperately needed funds for childhood cancer research, advocating in Washington, D.C., as well as keeping our children as happy as possible while they go through their treatments. It is also the 5-year anniversary of our Heroes Hangout here in North Miami Beach. It is the very first childhood cancer haven in the country, and the pictures that we passed around, that's just a handful of children that have passed through our hangout. Sorry. And our children battling cancer are constantly immunocompromised. Here in North Miami Beach, we provide a space where children from all of South Florida who are battling cancer can come. It's a safe haven for them. We celebrate birthdays, we have end of chemo celebrations, we have superhero parties, we grant wishes. We do everything that we can to keep our children as happy as possible as they battle this devastating disease. And it all started here in North Miami Beach when my own baby was diagnosed with childhood cancer in 2007. He passed away in 2011. And we started our foundation in 2008 to try to find a cure for him. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but we have made great strides in all of these years. And I thank the city of North Miami Beach for all of your support, for helping us to raise awareness. When we go to Washington, D.C., they are always so in awe of the support that we have here and everything that we are able to accomplish for our children. So thank you. Thank you all so much.
And we make sure every year we present you with your proclamation. Thank you. Thank you. So every year, it's a tradition. Here, let's all get together for a picture. So, keep doing wonderful work, and I'll summarize it by saying, now, therefore, we, the mayor and commission of the great city of North Miami Beach, Florida, do hereby recognize April 15th, 2023 as the start of the new Mystic Force Foundation Heroes Week at the Heroes Hangout to raise awareness for conscientious and understanding of childhood cancer and honor the legacy of Sal Vanni and learn the stories of Jeremy J.J. Matthews, Kaysen, Roman, and many other young heroes. God bless you in your journey and everything you do.
You may have seen on the news recently when Chief Harvette Smith granted a wish for one of our little girls. She is battling DIPG, which is a terminal cancer, and she made her a junior chief of North Miami Beach. So I am so incredibly thankful to our police department. In 2016, we started an initiative to have every police department in South Florida have a car wrapped for childhood cancer, and North Miami Beach was the very first. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Continue the hard work. Thank you, guys.
Great job.
Okay, our next presentation is from Commissioner Smuckler. There you go.
So I'd like to start by calling up Celeste Kim. And her brother, Stuart. Wait, is it Stuart? Sean. I got the S part right. Sean. So this is really exciting because we're going to be doing the President's Volunteer Service Award, which was given to Celeste. And this is signed by President Biden. The American story depends not on any one of us, not on some of us, but on all of us. I congratulate you on taking it upon yourself to contribute to the public good, and I'm proud to present you with the President's Gold Volunteer Service Award in recognition of your 270 hours of service to this great nation. Throughout our country's history, the American story has been strengthened by those who combine an optimism about what can be done with resilience to turn that vision into reality. I know I'm not alone in recognizing that those who are willing to step up and volunteer in service of community and country are essential to the ongoing work of forming our more perfect union. By sharing your time and passion, you are helping discover and deliver solutions to the challenges we face. Solutions that we need more now than ever. We are living in a moment that calls for hope and light and love. Hope for our futures, light to see our way forward, and love for one another. Through your service, you are providing all three. On behalf of the American people, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to you for your volunteer leadership, and I encourage you to continue to answer the call to serve. The country is counting on you. President Biden. And I'd like to call Claudia from Joshua's Heart. Look how beautiful. Go ahead and put it up. Can you hold this? Sure. Look how beautiful this is.
Wow, very nice.
All the work you do for us.
Listen here. And you have it.
I already said hello.
The President's Volunteer Service Award is presented to Celeste Kim Gold by America Corps in recognition and appreciation for their commitment to strengthen our nation and communities through volunteer service 2022 awarded. Points of Light in AmeriCorps. The President's Volunteer Service Award.
Hi, I'm Sean. I'm part of the National Advisory Board of the Joshua's Heart Foundation, and just have a little speech to talk about my sister Celeste. So, what does it mean to be a volunteer? Volunteers are individuals who dedicate their time and labor to service, working selflessly to help others and improve their community. Celeste Kim is a true volunteer. She was born and raised here in North Miami Beach, and she started to volunteer at Joshua's Heart Food Pantry when she was only 11 years old. Celeste Kim has been a model volunteer from the beginning. After school, she would go to the pantry to organize, restock, and prepare goods for those who visit the pantry regularly. In the beginning, she felt shy and awkward, but gradually she enjoyed her time after seeing the smiles on people's faces and realizing how she's bringing small happiness to people's lives. When she was offered the position of chair of Joshua's Heart, Celeste gladly accepted responsibilities. As chair, she led initiatives across the organization, planning various fundraisers and events to promote Joshua's Heart. She also met with local officials and organizations to highlight Joshua's Heart's philanthropic projects. However, Celeste's most important role was recruiting new volunteers to join, where she read applications and interviewed candidates throughout the year. Her hope is to see Joshua's Heart continue to thrive and be an important part of the North Miami Beach community. Celeste feels that everyone should be volunteering in some way because you'll gain a lot more from helping others. By volunteering, you will learn more about your community and neighbors. It's a wonderful opportunity to grow as a person and discover how small actions can have a big impact on the lives of others. We want to thank Celeste Kim for her services to this community. Thank you.
Yes. Do you want to call her parents up?
Parents?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I'm 17.
She's only 17 years old, and look what she's accomplished.
Oh, come to the middle, stand in the middle, 'cause your brother and your family, mom, dad, stand next to us. Thank you. There we go. Excellent. I'll stand there.
Nicholas, can you join us, please?
Come on, Nick. You do it. Thank you.
And as we all know, Joshua's Heart is a good friend to us. There's two more.
Go ahead, do this. Next one, some more.
Where's the agenda?
The agenda, aquí.
Oh, here.
Nancy.
No. Now I'd like to call up Julia and Charlotte Kraus. Are you twins? Okay. So now we're twinning. We have twin sisters. How old are you? 17. Who's older?
I'm 2 minutes older.
And which one are you?
You know what? I knew it.
Charlotte. Charlotte. So let's do Charlotte first. Well, actually, they're both going to say the same thing. One is for Charlotte and one is for Julia. Whereas Charlotte Kraus started volunteering with Joshua's Heart Foundation over 10 years ago to join the movement to help solve and end hunger in her community and ensure happy and healthy lives. And whereas Charlotte and Julia meticulously plan and coordinate food drives throughout South Florida, organizes events featuring speakers, and composes letters to politicians regarding food insecurity. And whereas Charlotte and Julia Kraus, along with their work at Joshua's Heart Foundation, leads a highly successful project called the I Heart Art program that collected art supplies to promote the importance of creativity. And whereas Charlotte and Julia Kraus serve as a junior advisory board members to Joshua's Heart Foundation and raise more than $25,000 in donations from local families, organizations, and businesses, and design bracelets to purchase an essential refrigerated delivery van. Whereas Charlotte and Julia received the prestigious Gold Presidential Volunteer Service Award and the National Points of Light Award for their outstanding accomplishments and achievements. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, do hereby proclaim May 16, 2023 as Charlotte Kraus Day and as Charlotte Julia Day to honor and recognize their exemplary fundraising efforts and extraordinary commitment and dedication to community service. And I apologize, I should have had each of you read a paragraph I wasn't thinking, sorry. So my apologies, I normally have you all read.
I'm in the middle for the picture.
I was too
Do you
excited.
understand what an achievement that was, to get a van? And oh my gosh.
How many of you have raised money for a van? Look at this, at 17 years old. This is what they've done.
Open it up so we can see it. There you go.
Oh, mine's here.
Okay, Mom, come on,
up, Mom.
Come on. And Julie? Julie, come on.
Come next to your girl. Mom, come next to your girl. There you go.
Julie.
And I will take a picture with them.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. And can you get me the top, those boxes on the top, the box? Okay. So now, we're, due to the fact that we couldn't have commission meetings, we're a little behind on our commissioner status of Women of the Month. So we're going to be doing November and December. So Nancy and Susan from the Friends of North Miami Beach Library are going to each be presented, one with November and one with December. Oh, my God. So Nancy, yes, please. Nancy Donahue is our November 2022 Woman of the Month. And Commissioner Status of Women, please come up and present this with me as well. Nancy is the Vice President of the North Miami Beach Friends and the Communications Officer of the Know Me Friends of the Library and Foundation that sponsor programs at our North Miami Beach Library, our own city library. Nancy began to serve at North Miami Beach Library as a member of Project LEAD. She is a reading tutor to adults who lack the literacy skills necessary to perform, apply, and perform in jobs, etc. Nancy has also been a volunteer computer instructor at our library. She teaches adults how to use computer and create simple Word documents. Nancy is dedicated to libraries and volunteers her time in library services and friends groups. Her work with the Friends funds kids programs, summer reading challenges, prizes for the winners, and assists with art exhibit reception. Her labor at the library in advocacy and funding is essential to our library recognition and motivation of young readers. And I just want to read, each time a woman stands up for herself, without knowing it possibly, without claiming it, she stands up for all women. Maya Angelou. Nancy, you are our November 2022 Woman of the Month. And Susan Sandness, who is our December 2022 Woman of the Month. Susan comes to North Miami Beach in the 80s to become a reference service librarian. She brought great experience from her work in the Midwest to NMB Library at the time the library was being renovated and expanded to meet the needs of the growing population in our city of North Miami Beach. Susan developed the library's adult book club, a club that she still runs today together with Nancy. Susan worked for the city of North Miami Beach at a time when funding was becoming scarce, as it is today. Susan took lead at the department as library manager and saw the library through difficult times and loss of staff, but she leveraged it by collaborating with the Know Me Friends to deliver our highly coveted 5th grade science camp before it was funded by the city. Susan retired almost 5 years ago, but she continues to contribute to NMB Library by conducting the book club and presiding over the Friends and their book sales. Thank you, Susan. And once again, each time a woman stands up for herself without knowing it possibly, without claiming it, she stands up for all women. Maya Angelou. Susan, you are our December 2022 Woman of the Month.
And thank you to this community.
No, wait, can you take a picture? You can take a picture.
Hello, Patrick.
What's the matter, Patrick?
He knows us well. They're fine.
Congratulations, ladies.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for caring so much about our library.
Be careful going down there.
Ya tú lo tiramos. So at this time, can former Commissioner Barbara Kramer come up? Thank you. So I don't know if she knew about this or not, but On behalf of the great city of North Miami Beach, we want to recognize former Commissioner Barbara Kramer for her hard work and efforts, and I want to pass this over before I continue. That's for you. Congratulations. This was supposed to be given to Commissioner Kramer back in December. You can see it has the December date on it. But we weren't able to. However, we're here today joined together. And, you know, Commissioner Kramer has truly been an extraordinary leader, helping us with our multicultural committee, helping us with our beautification committee, helping us with our pension boards, helping us with the Magical History Tour, which is now back and was sold out. And I'm not going to steal her thunder, but I'm going to pass the microphone to her. But I want to tell you, Commissioner Kramer, on behalf of the great city of North Miami Beach, we truly, truly appreciate your hard work, devotion, and selfless effort that you give day in and day out. And even as your tenure passed and you are a citizen, although you will always be a commissioner, you still have that fire in you every day to be communicating with staff and letting them know the needs of the people. So for that, we're forever grateful. Thank you very much for your attention. Our great city of North Miami Beach.
Thank you. Well, I definitely have a loss for words, even though I did know this was happening since it was on the agenda. And I just want to say it's a lot easier to be up here presenting to everyone else and giving accolades and awards and proclamations, because to me, you know, when people get back to the community, get back to the city, there's nothing nicer than to be able to show our appreciation. So for me, being up here, it's, I can't say I'm very comfortable, and I'm actually very nervous. I hope I hope it's not needed. I hope government's doors are always accessible and open. And, you know, I just look towards better times ahead for our city. We've been through a really rough patch, and perhaps this key will be the beginning. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate it. Oh, no, he doesn't. No. Are you kidding? They're all like. Thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it so much.
Yes, Commissioner Jean?
Thank you. All right. In honor of, we had many proclamations for Haitian Heritage Month, Jewish American Month, and also Asian Pacific Islander Month. And so today, the honoree that we have is Joshua Ho, and I'd like to call him up. As many of you may know, Joshua is over the Miami-Dade County Asian Affairs Board, and I would like to read this proclamation. Whereas Joshua Ho is the son of late Reverend Paul C.K. Ho and Soon J. Ho, and attended William Jennings Bryan Elementary School, North Miami Junior High, and North Miami Senior High. Received a Bachelor's of Music from the University of Miami and a Master's of Education from the American College of Education. Whereas Joshua Ho has been a public servant for more than 20 years and is the program director for the Miami-Dade County Asian American Advisory Board, with the responsibility to represent civic engagement, increase economic development, and promote cultural advancement within the Asian American community. And whereas Joshua Ho served as a mathematics department chair and coach at the North Dade Middle School and Dean of Discipline and Positive Behavior Coach at North Miami Middle School, and worked for students, parents, nonprofit organization, faith-based institutions, and local government government advisory boards to disseminate vital information regarding essential events and activities with a positive impact. Whereas Joshua Ho recommended and provided programs to guide and assist students to improve their academic experience and passionately reach out and become the catalyst to transform at-risk individuals and encourage educators to pursue a higher education level of instructions and to meet the needs of students, collaborated and expanded on the roles of teachers by rekindling their passion for the profession to help their students achieve greater levels of success. Whereas Joshua Ho was the Minister of Music at First Baptist Church of Greater Miami, serves as the Minister of Music at the New Creation Baptist Church of Miami, and is a loving husband and father to his wife, Sunyi, and children, Joshua, Jeremiah, and Juliana. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, do hereby proclaim May 16, 2023 as Joshua Ho Day to honor his prestigious accomplishments and achievements and wish him the best in all future endeavors.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you. Today, we're celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. But you know what? We celebrate that every day. But at our home, we also celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month every day, Blackish Month every day, Jewish Heritage Month every day, and every other Heritage Month, because this is our community. When you look around this city, and I love city of North Miami Beach, even though I was raised in North Miami, we do so many events here, and we see that this is what a community looks like. As I work for Miami-Dade County, our mayor says we are working for one community. And I think, and I know, the city of North Miami Beach is that one community that's coming together as one. If you look around right now, look around. This is what a community should look like. If we can do this, replicate it in other cities, we'll have a better community, better county, better state, and better nation. But Commissioner Denajin, thank you very much for this honor. It is not me. I have one of my board members here. Our first vice chair, Ty Voss, is here. I have my mother here, my uncle and aunt, and my the youngest daughter, Juliana, if they can come up as well, pictures.
Sure,
right.
absolutely.
But thank you.
Especially your little daughter.
We're not starting without.
Check, check. Thank you. Look at this beautiful lady next to me, Barbara Pearson. Barbara Pearson was born on July 11th, 1951, Greenville, Mississippi, and moved with her family at a young age to Washington Park neighborhood of North Miami Beach. Walked into the Fulford Elementary School with her mother on September 6, 1960. And integrated the local school system in North Miami Beach, along with her sister Rose, who attended North Miami Beach Junior High School that same day. We are so honored that Barbara Pearson is still a resident in the city of North Miami Beach and does so much for the Washington Park community, as on the voter council, chairs the voter council, does all that, and still is giving on this day. So let's welcome Barbara Pearson and call this Barbara Pearson Day. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Everyone that was participating in giving me this, thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you very much. And my family is downstairs, so they're watching me. Hello.
Oh, we should have brought 'em up.
I tried.
Oh, okay.
And thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Well deserved. Thank you for all.
Oh, I have so good.
We can come back and take a picture with your family.
Yeah.
What about the restaurants, the restaurants?
Oh, yeah.
You chair that, so why don't you?
Go ahead. You're doing such a good job.
You sure? It's yours. It's your baby. All right, folks, so we're going to go ahead, and I'd like to call up some people that are here in the audience. National Small Business Month, we recognize local businesses that go above and beyond and do a fantastic job. Commissioner Jean was leading the way and making sure that we got all of these special people recognized. So if you're here, please come up because we're going to recognize you all at once. Trattori Ristorante Italiano. Trattori. Electrical. Hubert Dubé. Jerusalem Electrical. La Hacienda. And Miami Bicycle and Repair. Fruteria. Hacienda, are you here?
Manager's supposed to be here. They're out of town.
Okay. All right. So to all of you, we're very thankful for your hard work in our great city and how you serve our community, our residents, and those that travel through our city. And so as a token of our appreciation, some of us all of us were given the opportunity. I'm always in your restaurant. All of us were given the opportunity to award a business, and we have these businesses that are here today with us that could be here in person that we want to recognize. So on behalf of the great city of North Miami Beach, I want to give everybody an opportunity to speak about their business, and then we'll congratulate them.
Tell your address.
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Well, first of all, I want to thank you for being so an accessible city. Like, it's very easy for us to work in a city like this, that whenever we have any problem or whatever, there's like an open door where we can come and there's always a solution. Easy or difficult, but a solution. So that's a lot for us. Running a business is not easy, but having like a city like this one helps a lot for us because it makes the job much more easier. So thank you very much. Really.
Tell us your business and
It's
your address.
Trattori, and the address is 147th Street and Biscayne Boulevard.
Delicious.
Thank you very much.
A restaurant. What type of restaurant?
It's Italian and Argentine restaurant.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioner. I'm glad to hear, and this is an honor to me and to receive my. This is exciting to me. So, we're glad. My name is Hubert Dubé. I'm the owner of Jerusalem Electrical Inc., and my address is 530 Northeast 178th Street. And I'm glad to receive that award today, and I hope you guys, and then we're thankful about that. Thank you so much.
25 years?
25 years in business.
My name is Andre. This is my partner Jake. We're Miami Bikes, Miami Bicycles and Repair, 1951 Northeast 163rd Street. We work really hard, and our second location is in North Miami on 1640 Northeast 123rd. We work really hard, came straight from work, born in Miami, in NMB, raised in NMB, and we see a lot of familiar faces in the audience. We just want to keep growing in our city. As Pastor said in the beginning, this is the city that cares, and I really think that we care so much for our city.
Been here 40 years.
As a business for 40 years in NMB. So, thank you guys so much.
No, we're good.
Congratulations, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
All right, folks, we're going to continue on to our next item agenda. If I could, just if everybody can tone it down a bit so we can get through.
Public comment?
Yes.
No, eso fue, ¿no?
No, para esta. So, let's make sure we're doing everything right here. All right. So we have item number 6, which is our public hearing. It's item 6.1. For those here, I'm going to ask that we keep our room to silence. We want to make sure everybody that speaks get the same respect. There is no heckling and no shouting back. We have a room full of people. We are going to do 2 minutes per speaker, and if you're in a group, if you are in a group and you represent a group, then please come up as a group together so that we can see all of you, and make sure that we can get through this item this evening and give everybody the equal opportunity to talk. Madam Clerk, I'm going to begin if you want to read the Civility Act so that we can start with public comment.
Fine. I just want to make sure, did you say 2 minutes or 3? Mayor?
2.
2? Go Adrian, quick. Good.
Okay, that's fine, then we'll do 3 minutes. It's no problem. No, absolutely. I just want to make sure that we stay germane to the topic and we're not redundant.
It says 3 minutes.
The public comment. Go ahead, Madam Clerk, read the civility rule.
Good evening, everyone. The Mayor and Commissioners of the City of North Miami Beach have opened the meeting for a public hearing at this time. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speakers, when you come to the podium, please state your name or the name and address of the organization which you are representing. During public hearing items, please speak only on the subject matter that is before the Commission. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all in attendance exercise civility towards each other at all times. And our first signed speaker here.
Mr. Mayor, I think I need to recuse myself at this time.
I was going to, Mr. Attorney, can you chime in on those that need to?
Before we invite the public speakers to come forward and provide their comments, I just want to very briefly go over, the reason we're here for. Consistent with the past process that the council has had, or this commission has followed with respect to what's been colloquially referred to as the Franz Pierre precedent. And in that situation, in that particular matter, my predecessor gave a brief description of the fact that we're here to consider whether or not, based upon what you hear today or this evening from all the speakers, including from Mr. Joseph's representatives, who I understand, based upon prior communications, Commissioner Joseph was unable to attend in person due to some physical illness issues. So his representatives are here and will be able to speak to the issue. But it's regarding his or compliance with Section 2.5 of the Charter that generally states a commissioner's seat becomes automatically vacant if the commissioner fails to attend a meeting for 120 days. Staff is here to answer any questions as we go along, in particular to the extent that you all may have. The clerk has reviewed the minutes, the official minutes as approved by this commission of the past meetings as to when commissioners were or weren't present, and in particular Commissioner Joseph, as it may relate to today's hearing. Unless you have any further questions, in the past, that the next step would have been to open the public comment. But as Commissioner Chernoff has mentioned, before we begin that process, to remind Commissioner Chernoff, who's already vacated the room, as well as Commissioner Florimond, that based upon the fact that they have are named personally in the lawsuit that is also the subject of this issue, at this point in time, it would be appropriate for both of them to declare the conflict and to, in accordance with the rules of the Miami-Dade Commission on Ethics and the Miami-Dade Ethics Code as we have adopted it, to declare conflict and to leave the room and then follow up within 15 days with the clerk to fill out the appropriate paperwork.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Commissioner?
Thank you so much. As it relates to item 6.1 about the possible vote to remove a duly elected commissioner, Michael Joseph, from the commission, I have been told by our city attorney that there is a conflict, although I did speak to the city attorney and express my concerns about that declaration. In an abundance of caution, I will step away as I did last week. But know that it is not because I don't understand the importance of this matter. It's only because my city attorney is telling me otherwise. As I stated before, a duly elected commissioner is right now at this moment facing this issue. And for those of you who don't know, although I have an opinion from the city attorney stating that I did not violate the 120-day rule, Commissioner Chernoff has sued and named myself as well as Commissioner Joseph as co-defendants in a lawsuit. So that's the reason behind the statement from the city attorney. So this is where we are. And for those of you who get the opportunity to speak, do so in the name of democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Madam Clerk, at this time, I'll hand it over to you so we can proceed with public comment first.
Hubert Dubé, and then Renly Mesidor.
Did you read the Civility Act?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm sorry, just want to make sure. For those that are coming up to speak, you just need to give your name for the record. For those that are coming up to speak, please make sure you fill out the form with the clerk and put your name on the list. Thank you.
The mic isn't working. I'll get IT on it.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. The principle that the right or wrong has no color.
Sir, can you please state your name for the record?
My name is Hubert Dubé. I'm living on 530 Northeast 178th Street, North Miami Beach, Florida, 33162. The principle of the right or wrong is not a color, it's more than relevant today than ever before. We live in the world that is becoming increasingly diverse. It is important that we recognize that bad behavior can come from any gender, community, national or origin or ethnic. We cannot allow our prejudice or bias to call our judgment when it comes to condemn bad behavior. We must hold individuals accountable for their action regardless who they are. In conclusion, white or white, as no color, we have must condemn bad behavior regardless of which nation, origin, or ethnic it came from. We can be divided based on politics, but not on principle instead. We must unity for a common cause, with its justice. The example of Haiti and Israel demonstrate that we are capable to coming together and prioritizing justice. Even in the face of significant challenge, it is up to us to continue this tradition and work toward a more just for equitable community for all. Thank you.
Randy Mesidor, and then Ruth Ogan.
Hello, check 1 2, check 1 2. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. So today, my name is Wendy Mesidor, by the way, North Miami Beach, Oak Grove. I'd like to speak on the issue of, based on the charter, how I think we should follow the charter, because I believe as a member of the resident, I am deeply concerned about the recent news of a commissioner who has violated the charter. It is unacceptable for any public officials to disregard the rules and regulations that govern the role and responsibility. The city charter exists to ensure transparency and accountability and fairness in our government. And any violation of it undermine the trust in citizens that we have in our elected officials. It is important that matter is thoroughly investigated, that the appropriate action is taken to hold the commissioner accountable for that action. As a member of the public, we must demand that our leaders practice integrity and ethical behavior. And I hope that this incident serves as a reminder of the importance of upholding the city charter and the value of it represents. Thank you.
Ruth Ogan, and then Trish Miller.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners.
Please, if you can get closer to the mic, there you go.
My name is Ruth Ogan. I have lived in the city for almost 44 years. I never came to commission meetings before the swearing in of the new commissioners last November. I always thought that people who were in government, whether local or national, did it because they cared for their constituents and wanted to do the best they could to improve our lives. I was sadly mistaken. I never imagined there was so much corruption and self-serving people in local government. I thought that only occurred in impoverished nations in the developing world. It is very clear, the charter states that 120 days of missed meetings and the commissioner shall automatically become vacant. The commissioner shall automatically become vacant. It's very clear what that means, 120 days from the last meeting attended by the commissioner. If you don't show up to meetings, you don't deserve to stay on the commission. I am reading a book now whose title perfectly sums up what has been happening in the city, A Dereliction of Duty.
My name is Trish Miller, and I live in North Miami Beach. I have to agree with Mackenzie that I am uncomfortable with unseating a duly elected commissioner. And I would like to know why they were comfortable with unseating a duly elected mayor, because that's what this amounts to. It was an attempt at a soft coup to stay away, to keep us from having a quorum, to stop the business of the city for months, and think that's okay, and think that your job didn't require you to do the business of the city. You had one job, and that job is the city of North Miami Beach. And our mayor never failed us in that, not once. But our commissioners did. So we have to decide tonight, how important are the rules? And I think we have to set a precedent, and we have to remove a duly elected commissioner. Thank you.
Cassandra Timothy, and then David Zabin.
Good evening, Commissioners. As a public servant, Cassandra Timothy, and I also serve as a councilwoman in North Miami. As a public servant, we are elected by our constituents to serve in their best interests. We create public programs and provide public amenities and curate public events to improve the quality of lives of those who voted us into office. It is the constituents that we serve who has the right to put us into office and the right to remove us from office. Being a public servant is not a part-time job. It's a 24/7 job, always on the call. We receive emails and phone calls Sunday through Saturday, and often deal with emergency matters as they arise. While yes, it is part of our jobs to attend meetings and pass necessary legislation, but is by no means grounds for removal from office when legal matters arrive. Just last month, we watched the world watch as elected leaders were expelled from the General Assembly for breaking rules of decorum by speaking out against gun violence and Tennessee's failure to address it. And today, we are witnessing a city commission who will attempt to do just that and remove members who protested the legality of their commission. This is an abuse of power and will disenfranchise voters in North Miami Beach who voted for their representation. Our job as public servant is to defend the rights and constitution of all people, Black, white, Hispanic, Asian, and anyone who calls themselves a citizen of our country. Your decision tonight will set a tone and standard for other elected officials to follow. Thank you.
David Zabin? Yeah. North Miami.
David Zapin, 971 Northeast 158th Street. I've been living here since 2003, so you could say I've just been couch surfing all these decades. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, fellow citizens, and learned counsel. Wow, I remind the reporters that not that long ago, when Franz Pierre was here only for quorum, that someone left this chamber strictly to break quorum when we were trying to get new commissioners. Some of you might not remember that. Anyway, I wear a red shirt on behalf of the underpaid, the unpaid, the discouraged workers, those who were proclaimed as the essential workers under COVID, but have fled to retire or are struggling to survive the post-COVID boom. This is part of the brain drain of post-COVID. Those who died without leaving proper memoirs or who fled to retire, some as far away as Jamaica. I don't blame them individually, but you have a systemic problem. I look at your job board. Some of those jobs are for the highly educated and some for those straight out of high school, and that's great, not a lot in the middle, and that reflects North Miami Beach, if not South Florida in general. I'm 52, I have degrees, I've had teaching licenses, I am unemployable, in part because I'm not part of the right church, the right synagogue, maybe mosque, I know less about them. Again, individually, I don't blame them. I hope there's a way to pool our labor pools of North Miami Beach, North Miami Aventura, et cetera, so there can be less of a mismatch between the idle poor and the idle rich. Maybe we need to summon the money that's in our name at fltreasurehunt.gov. Could be $1,000, maybe not, but if it's your money, maybe it can be spent locally, or else maybe we need to rename ourselves Bentonville for all the money that has fled here for Bentonville. Might not know, 2004. City money made ads for how wonderful the mega store is. I'm not sure how that worked out. We won't need to defund the police or defund the FBI if we fund social workers and others who try to keep the peace before we need to have the war on crime. And, oh, these new condominiums going up. I'm sorry, who's going to live in them? Is this just going to be for the rich mothers to get citizenship for their children? Again, individually, I don't blame them. But who is subsidizing who? What's the money coming in, the money going out?
Time.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Leslie Kaplan and Loubet Francois.
Leslie Kaplan, 1331 Northeast 173rd. I'd like to begin with a quote from the chair of the National Haitian Elected Officials. Quote, "I stand with our members, Vice Chair Michael Joseph, Commissioner Mackenzie Florimon, and Commissioner Daniela Jean of North Miami Beach as they continue their fight to uphold the provisions of their charter. The questioning tonight of Commissioner Joseph's absences should lead a reasonable person to question this targeting by the commission. Why are certain commissioners wanting a vote on this issue when they voted to drop the court case regarding the mayor's residency and voting issues? Is 7.5B regarding the residency requirements of the Code of Ordinances disregarded by this commission? Why? Is 2.5 of the city charter regarding absences more important to follow than 7.5B of the city Code of Ordinances? Why? Isn't that a contradiction? In looking at absences and counting, imagine for a moment your child was marked absence on a day there was no school, and the school held that against his or her record. Every parent would be livid with the school administrators. So too, Commissioner Joseph can't be considered absent in November when there was no meeting. It can't be held against him. How ludicrous is that? The only logical place to begin to start the count of absences would be in December. Therefore, 3 months were missed, not 120 days. Looking at one section of the charter but not willing to uphold another section of the charter is unethical and unjust. Is this the message and legacy this commission wants to leave in North Miami Beach? In fairness, all charter issues should be followed equally honestly and with the same level of objectivity. That's the only way the residents can have faith in our elected officials, processes, and outcomes. In closing, if this commission chooses to rule tonight on Commissioner Joseph's absences, then they should also include tonight and bring forth the mayor's residency and voting issues and other citizens' Bill of Rights violations. Otherwise, the words disingenuous, unethical, double standard, cover-up, fear of the truth, and targeting all come to mind. Thank you.
Loubet Francois?
Lube Francios?
Is he downstairs?
No. Former Commissioner Barbara Kramer, and then Leslie Sardinia.
Good evening, Barbara Kramer, resident of North Miami Beach. It's not comfortable constantly coming up to the podium to discuss so many negative concerns in our city, but here I am again. I was an involved citizen for years and then served the citizens proudly for 13 and a half more years. Unfortunately, 2 years ago, my colleagues tried to tarnish my reputation because I had the audacity to shine a light on actions unbecoming of elected officials. One of those actions was when Commissioner Florimon left a commission meeting one night violating a city ordinance. When I brought this issue up at a future meeting, he didn't have the decency to apologize. Last December, when Commissioner Florimon left a meeting for the second time, now knowing about our ordinance at this point, it was clear to me that he had no consideration toward the citizens, businesses, and anyone else that needed a quorum to pursue their interests. It seems that the only interest the commissioner thought of was his own, and I suppose the former city attorney and manager as well. And I feel that none of this mattered to him because the ordinance about leaving meetings was misplaced in our code, where the Miami-Dade County Commission on Ethics couldn't take action, so the heck with our code. 3 commissioners allowed our city to flounder for months on end. Commissioner Joseph's absences were the most glaring, and that is why we are here at a public hearing. I'm sure you've been contacted by people about his fate as a commissioner in our city, but only the opinions from citizens of NMB should be considered this evening. They are the ones that had to endure attending meetings that didn't take place and watch their city on the news, read about their city in the newspaper, and all of it in a negative light. For me, tonight, this isn't about the times Commissioner Joseph's best friend sent out false emails about me, or when he once covertly distributed propaganda at a meeting for citizens to pick up in his quest to destroy the good name of our then city attorney, or when he tried to get an opinion on a city matter from lawyers in what seemed to be in exchange for his vote on their contract. And it's not about the time he maliciously lied by saying I called him a phrase that I never, ever did. And when I made a public records request for him to prove it, he didn't, because it never happened. Tonight is about Commissioner Joseph violating our charter. He purposely missed well over 120 days only to serve himself and others, in the guise of protecting legislation that might not be legitimate because of a scheme he was part of to once again discredit a colleague. There must be consequences for Commissioner Joseph's actions, as well as any commissioner, where it is proven that they violated our charter. Tonight, the buck must stop here. Thank you.
Civility, please. Leslie Sardinia.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Sardinia. I would like to reiterate what I commented on in the past meetings in which Ms. John, Mr. Joseph, Mr. Florimon, and I call them that because I don't consider them commissioners, failed in representing me and all of the residents in North Miami Beach. Last year, it became apparent to me that we, the residents, were funding good times for the above-mentioned and Mrs. Villard, city manager, city attorney, and friends and family of all of the above with our tax dollars. We were watching as Villard used our COVID relief funds to promote her commission re-election campaign, along with trips to Las Vegas, Haiti, Colorado, and on and on. And we don't need a tourist, North Miami Beach is not a tourist destination. I would attend commission meetings along with many other residents and be completely ignored, along with Commissioners Smuckler, Kramer, and Mayor DiFilippo. Why? Because you had 4 votes and could care less that all of you were making unethical decisions. I mean, you didn't even look at us as we were talking about illegal plan to build on a preserve at the Snyder Tennis Courts and throw a $70,000 party for developers. Why didn't Commissioners Smuckler, Kramer, and the mayor walk out on these meetings? Because they took an oath of office to serve and protect the city and the citizens and the city of North Miami Beach. They were trying hard, but you stopped their endeavors at every turn. So the plan to help Villard win at all costs, even Villard walking with people into the voting booth over and over again to get the votes, did not work. You didn't like your gravy train coming off the tracks, so you just stopped being commissioners. That sums it up. If you didn't get your way, just like a 5-year-old, you walk off and stop working for us, the tax-paying citizens of North Miami Beach. You quit. That's all there is to it. When Commissioner Smuckler took your nameplates off, it was long overdue. You have no rights, just like you felt we, the people of North Miami Beach, had no rights prior to the November elections. We, the people, have had enough, and we are awake and we are watching. So say the people. And I'm not a white supremacist.
Bruce Lamberto, and then Ada Charles.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Bruce Lamberto, 3420 Northeast 165th Street. So I guess this all goes back to November 5th election. You know, our certain commissioners didn't like that outcome. So instead of just taking it like a real commissioner would and showing up like you did in the past when the shoe was on the other foot, they decided they're just going to shut down our city. And they did it intentionally. Not just once, not twice, 3, 4, 5 times, including you, Commissioner John. I find it offensive that a commissioner from another city has just come over here and spoke about how you need to set a new standard over here. You know, where was this commissioner when these people were boycotting our city and shutting down our city business? Where were they? Where's all these people that are making these phone calls on behalf of Commissioner Joseph here that we need to keep this guy? It's us, the residents here, that you need to listen to because we are directly affected by the outcome of this commission. I'm just really disturbed with this outcome. In fact, even this letter that was quoted by somebody from this Haitian Lawyers Association, Commissioner Joseph used our credit card to pay his membership dues, over $1,000. To that organization. Of course they're going to support him. But going back to this commissioner from North Miami says that we need to set a new standard. Yes, we do need to set a standard. We need to set the standard that if any commissioner violates our charter and does it repetitively, they're going to be removed. That's the standard we need to uphold and follow. So I'm asking you tonight to please uphold our charter. Mr. Joseph didn't miss 120 days. He missed 153. So well past the 120-day threshold. And he only came back because there was a court order to do so from a judge, including you, Commissioner Jean, and Commissioner Fleuerman. We're ordered by a judge to show up to a commission meeting so the city business can be conducted. And these are the people that are telling you they want to remain our commissioners. They each collected a paycheck for $6,000 a month for the last 6 months. And yet, where's their performance for us? What have they done for us? I even heard that one of the excuses that we're using is Commissioner Joseph needs his insurance. You know, that's one of the reasons he's here. I mean, Imagine that. The taxpayers here are paying for his insurance, and he's not even showing up. So I don't know why he's not here tonight. Maybe it's legitimate, maybe it's not, but when you say the sky is falling over and over and over every month, and then you don't show up for a legitimate
15
purpose,
seconds.
just kind of lost it. So thank you very much. I'm hoping that we'll enforce our charter tonight. Thank you.
Ada Charles?
Good evening. I'm Linda Joseph. I'm not Ada Charles. She's my sister. I'm Linda Noel.
Okay, it just says Ada Charles.
Yeah, I had signed in for her. I am a proud resident of North Miami Beach. And I'll tell you that I haven't said that in a long time. We voted for Michael Joseph. We demand that he be here. I have never been so included into this city until they both young men got elected. He is the best of us. He did everything society told him to do. He went to school, he went to college, and then he went to become an attorney, and now he is a commissioner in my great city. And one of the things he did is he raised minimum wage when everybody in this commission seat did not want to raise the living wages in this city. He believed that where you live is where you work, and where you work and where you live. He invested in the city. This is what makes the city good. This is what brings equity to the city. We're not going nowhere. In the state of Florida, in 2010, in the Census Bureau, 1 million registered as a Haitian American in the state of Florida. 58% lives in the city of North Miami Beach. We need inclusion. We need to be heard. That's why we voted for him. And that's why we stand with him today. You have a mayor who do not live in the city. And the charter is clear that if you do not live in the city, you cannot govern the city. I enjoy living in the city. I love the Publix. I love everything the city has done for the community. I love the fact they see me and they see my child. All the legislation, life-changing legislation that you have said, you have put here, you have said that seniors can get a right all through the city so they can be self-governed, so they can take care of themselves. That's why inclusion matters. That's why he matters and he should be here. You always ask, where's all the black males? There he go. He stepped up and he said he was going to run for office, and he's here. Let's be fair, because we're not going nowhere. We're here to stay, and we're just going to grow in population. The assault on black politicians, it has to stop, because we're not going nowhere. We demand inclusions. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Lance Charles and Karen Harold. Lance Charles? Okay, excuse me.
Hello, Chambers. Lance Jones, live at 2 East Drive, North Miami Beach, Florida. I've lived in North Miami. I've lived in North Miami Beach for about 7 years now. And I've been watching this charade played out periodically on different televisions. But all I could say is that I definitely support the commissioner and his endeavors and what he's trying to accomplish in your city. And as a business owner in your city, I like all the things that's happening, but one thing I don't like is basically the diversiveness regarding y'all commission. It's like I've worked public entity for all my life. And one thing I hated about the public entity is that one person can rule over somebody else who has a higher, he can rule over them because he has a higher position. And no matter what you could say, being objective, subjective, whatever, that always plays a part. I need people to be impartial about what's going on. I need you to understand that everybody has their own ideology of what they consider a politician should be and who they should be. And I just want y'all to understand that the commissioner did what he needed to do, and he spoke about how he feel what's the best interest for the community. And I think y'all should definitely take a look into that.
Hi, good evening. My name is Karen Harold. I'm a resident of North Miami Beach, mayor, vice mayor in the room. Oh, better? Okay, my name is Karen Harold. I'm a resident of North Miami Beach. Hello to all the commissioners, mayor, city manager, city attorney, city clerk. Good evening. I'm going to address my talk to Commissioner Joseph. I hope he's somewhere listening. Commissioner Joseph, the North Miami Beach residents elected you to represent them, and you cannot do this if you don't attend city commission meetings. You are failing in your duties as the residents' elected representative. By your part, not allowing a quorum to exist at city commission meetings along with Commissioners Flourmont and Jean, you took away the right from the North Miami Beach residents to attend a city commission meeting with a quorum, hear city business being discussed, and the right of the North Miami Beach residents to speak publicly on the record about our concerns and or give praise for a job well done. In effect, your actions silenced our voices. At the scheduled city commission meetings you did not show up to, and once it was obvious commissioners needed for a quorum were not coming, the mayor did allow public comment to be made because we showed up. If you listened to any live feed available, or heard what the residents were saying from anyone who was there, or heard yourself at any meeting you did attend, or read any emails that were sent to you, you would have heard the voices of many residents who were upset and even angry and expressed their desire to have city commission meetings with a quorum, asking the commissioners that were staying away to come back and sit in your seats so city business can move forward. It appears our voices were not listened to because it was only when a judge ordered you to attend that you showed up to a meeting so there would be a quorum. Commissioner Joseph, not only did you put yourself in the position by missing 120 days between the meetings you did choose to attend, but you put the city commission in the position of having to enforce the city charter. I'm not happy you brought us to this situation, to the point of where we are tonight. Poor decision-making equals poor actions. Poor actions equal poor results. This has cost the city and its residents a lot. It's the obligation of the mayor and every commissioner to know what the city charter says and what's allowed and what is not. You swore to uphold it. When warnings are given that areas are being reached within that charter that would require punitive actions, they need to be listened to and not ignored or excused by adding new definitions to the charter without the council voting on it. I am hoping we can move forward tonight to a transparent city commission and a brighter, united city for its residents. Thank you.
Christine Snellgrove, and then Daniel Pierre.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm Christine Snellgrove. I'm in 2115 Northeast 179th Street, and I've been a resident here for 23 years, and I have to say that I'm really sadly disappointed at what's happening with our city. It is very difficult for me to not be emotional about what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it. Because there's something wrong with 3 commissioners up here and 2 of them not being here. We pay our taxes and you use our money for frivolous things, unnecessary traveling, and incentives that you do not deserve. Michael Joseph and Mackenzie Flourmont, they do not deserve their positions 100% for sure. They need to be gone. You do not deserve the job of commissioners because you lack the leadership skills needed to perform this job with your unethical actions and your behaviors. You know who you are, and we, the residents, are actively watching you. Your time is up, at least for one of you, and you need to remember something. We are watching, and we will fight for our city. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Everybody looking good. The floor looking good. Yeah, I know I am. My name is Daniel Pierre. My address 15240 Northeastern Court. So I've been living in that city for a long time. Long time. This is my city, NNB. So tonight, not tonight, all this month, 120 days we miss. Tonight, I am here. Something have to be done. Something have to be done. Everybody here, sit down in the chair. We vote for every one of you. Right? The reason why we choose to vote for every one of you, I think you are represent us. You're here to do the job for us, for the city, to make the city looking good, to make all residents looking good. Because you sit down in the chair, you might eye each one of the chair. But sometimes we make decisions, sometimes these people are sitting in the chair, they forget about us. So we cannot keep coming there every 2 weeks for one thing. We come in here, you bring that subject to the table, somebody have to do something. We cannot make everybody here come in here, every time sit down talking about something, but when we come in here, nothing ever done. It's not fair. We come in here, we have to put gas in the car to come in. But tonight, something have to be done. We're not going home. That's whatever you have to do. About 20 days, if you are going to vote, yes or no, we have to live in there. Everybody have to be happy. So I'm not coming here again for the same thing. So it's time for the city moving. It's time. Because you're not the kid. You're here to do our job, you have to do the job. So we cannot keep coming play like that. So the city has spent money, everybody got paid, things like that. The residents pay tax. We have to be happy too. We are human beings just like everyone. So I am not going to live in here until if you're going to vote yes or no. That 120 days tonight is supposed to be over. I am Daniel. I am Sai. Something have to be done. Thank you. We love you. All right. Merci.
Maria Hawk and Shulamis Tyberg.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Mara. I am a citizen of this beautiful, I live in this beautiful neighborhood, let's say North Miami Beach, that is in the Stroud. I wasn't going to say something before what I really wanted to say. But there's a lady in the back that doesn't let us listen to anything because everything that we speak of, people speak here, she's calling and say, white supremacist. I would like to tell something.
Before you continue any further,
Yes.
can we ask for an officer to be on this side of the room, and if there's any interruptions, can you please escort that person out of the room? If there's any more, we're not going to tolerate that today, folks. Everybody will have the same respect.
And I feel treated because she said that before we remove Michael Jackson, it would be over her body. So when somebody is talking like that, it's a little creepy, and she's just behind me. This person is demanding for Michael Joseph to be here, but he's not here. Nobody told him not to be here, but he's not here. So why she's demanding for him to be here? He should be here.
Address and remain to what is on the topic.
Okay.
Other speakers.
Okay. Anyways, Mr. Mayor Anthony DeFilippo, I would like to ask you to uphold the law and take out Mr. Michael Joseph, the commissioner that is over absent, and Mr. Mackenzie Fleuryman, he will come all the time for 10 or 15 minutes and just leave. Okay? These commissioners, the three of the commissioners, they are failing us. We were the one that elected them. I vote for them, but they are not here. So why I need them now? Paying to them just to come here and collect the check. I mean, I am a citizen of this beautiful city. I vote for them, and now I want them out because they are not delivering for what we vote for them. They promised. I want to see, okay? They didn't deliver it. We don't need it. You have the right to do it. It haven't been proved, like she say, that you don't live here. You are our mayor, so you have the power to do it. Like this gentleman said, I don't want to come here for the same reason. I'm tired. So get rid of them or do something. You're the mayor.
Shalom Tyberg. Hi. Sorry. Hi. Okay. So I'm a resident of NMB, and I was first upset that I was going to be so late, but I'm glad I heard everyone else because, first of all, I'm a mother of 4 children. I took time out to come here to speak to you guys because if my child ever didn't go to school for 120 days, I would not tolerate it. I wouldn't take an excuse because that's unacceptable. I don't care how many excuses you could think of. There's a reason why we made the rules, and there's a reason why you got to follow the rules. And if children are looking at you guys as our examples, what is this? They're allowed to miss work? What's going to happen? They're going to get jobs, they're going to go to school, they're going to say, well, if the commissioners could go and miss work, why do I have to go? I mean, if I was a boss, there's be no way. After a week, we done. Okay? Unacceptable. There are some good points. The commissioner from North Miami that came here said we have to set a tone. I agree with her. Set a tone. Show our community that we elected you to do a job. We're watching. We know exactly what we want from our elected officials. And you guys are here to provide that for us. So, yes, please set a tone to make sure that my children know that when you're elected or when you get a job or when you have a commitment, you stick to it. You are our role models, become role models. The other person that said here, Haitian. Minority, representation, that's a good point. Guess what? I voted for Michael Joseph the first time he came here because, yes, he had such great potential. He put himself to college. He became an attorney. I gave him the chance. I voted for him. But guess what? He did not provide what he said he was going to. So I agree 100%. I would love to have another Haitian up here. Provide me someone that's going to actually do what they need to do. I will vote for them. I don't vote based on color, based on sex, based on religion. I vote based on what you're going to provide for us. Okay? I've been living here for 11 years. I want crime down. I want more police support. I want lots of stuff. And the commissioners here, you provide that, we'll continue voting for you. I mean, look at Danielle Kramer. Look at how many times she got voted. She provided what we need. If you want a representation from your community and from your religion and from your go for it. Provide us someone that's going to be able to provide what we need. We'll vote for them. I voted for Michael Joseph. He did not provide. Please do your jobs and make sure that you're able to get rid of the people who don't do their jobs. And we will vote in people that do their jobs. So we're watching. We're checking out. I know I'm here, but there's a lot of moms that are home taking care of their children that would love to be here and speak, but they couldn't. So take me as one little human. I got a whole bunch of us in back of us. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that was the last signed speaker.
Okay.
Okay. There are two sign-in sheets here. One is for public hearing and the other one's for public comment. So I don't know if anyone signed on the wrong sheet.
I would probably use
So if
the
there are any other speakers that like to speak on this item, please line up and you can state your name and be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Libby, and I have lived here for 41 years. What's your name again? Libby? Yeah. The reason I live here is because it is a melting pot. I love the color. I love the different religions and faiths. I love everything about here. I didn't do the white flight when everybody else did, so I'm here because of color. So if anybody says this is a black and white issue, it is absolutely not. I was always proud to live here, and unfortunately, lately with what's been going on, I'm hearing from friends that don't live anywhere near here how horrible and corrupt our city is, and I'm embarrassed and I'm ashamed. And this needs to change now. Just like this woman said, I voted. I voted for the majority of these commissioners who are not doing their job because I did want color. I did want different representation, male, female, black, white, Jewish, non-Jewish. That is what makes us who we are. But guess what? I have a job. And if I don't do that job, I'm going to get fired. And we have policies. And if I don't follow those policies, I'm going to be fired. And if I don't show up for work, if I don't listen and obey, I'm going to get fired. And I'm not going to get paid. And I didn't even sign anything or take an oath to do that. I do it because I have ethics. That is my ethical obligation, and I've had my job for 41 years, as long as I have lived here. And I show up because that's what I am paid to do and what I promised to do and what's expected of me. And I can tell you how disappointed I was when I saw the swearing-in ceremony and there were empty seats there. It was a travesty. It's just something that should not happen. And one of them, who actually posted on social media, he was out somewhere having a drink. He had not even taken the consideration to pretend that there was a reason he wasn't there, a legitimate reason. Anyway, and as far as the mayor's concerned, you know what? The mayor's showing up. He's got some people accusing him of something, but he's still showing up. He's still doing his job. And until he's proven that he doesn't live here, he is our mayor. And that doesn't seem to be respected by the others. So anyway, I say we take our city back and we get people in those seats who want to be here. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
So after Ms. Harkness speaks, I'm just going to be calling the names off of the public comment. So if they're ready to speak on this item, they can. If not, they can wait for their time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, your name for the record?
Hi, my name is Louise Harkness.
Thank you.
I've been a resident of North Miami Beach for 2 years and have experienced nothing but chaos, dereliction of duty, and disrespect for the residents of this city. Seriously, I'm tired of living in a city that is a laughingstock with commissioners that would not and could not do the work that they have been elected to do. You don't show up at meetings because of something you think is happening without real evidence. My hope is to see all 3 commissioners gone, but I will settle for 1 to be gone tonight. We need to get this city back on track. Thank you.
Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Nancy Esteem Levine, and then Veronique Mulbranchi. Please excuse me if I'm mispronouncing your names.
So the first speaker is Nancy Levine.
Can I go first, or?
What is your name, please?
Veronique Mailbranch.
So Nancy was first.
Good evening. My name was mispronounced.
Okay.
I am Mary Estimate Irvin, 776 Northeast 125th Street.
Apologies.
Good evening again. I am Mary Estimate Irvin, and beside me are my colleagues that we both serve in the city of North Miami, and we're also members of the National Haitian American Elected Official Network. I am here to speak on behalf of NEON. And I am here to urge the City Commission to treat each others with grace and to reconsider the item seeking to remove Commissioner Michael Joseph as a member of the City Commission. I will not discuss the legal issues, but I want to discuss the healing in our community to mitigate the problem that may arise to remove Commissioner Joseph, especially during Haitian Heritage Month. Today, 2 days before Haitian Flag Day, many members of our Haitian communities are here today standing in solidarity with our Haitian commissioners who are duly elected to protect and defend their home rule. So I urge each member of the City Commission, Mayor DiFilippo, Commissioner Fortuna Smuckler, Commissioner Phyllis Smith, Commissioner Daniela Jean, to focus on working together versus trying to hurt each other. We are a better community when we work together. Again, the time has come for this city and this commission to work together. If we practice political retribution, the cycle of political retribution will never stop. I hope that this commission can work together to be an example to other cities. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm here on behalf of the Haitian Lawyers Association, 1175 Northeast 125th Street, North Miami, Florida, 33.
State your name, please.
161. My name is Veronique Mailbranch. We request that any action to force the ouster of Commissioner Michael Joseph be stayed, to allow for the complete investigation of all allegations related to the commissioner. We would like that his due process rights be secured and wholly protected. We urge that the City Commission follow the rule of law and apply the facts on the record in a fair, honest, and just manner. Thank you.
J.C. Planet, and then Linda Joseph.
Good evening. My name is J.C. Planas. I'm an attorney here representing the National Haitian American Elected Official Network. First of all, I think there is one important issue that nobody's brought up today. You don't have a quorum. If the members here would not be sufficient quorum to fire one of the other staffs, it's not sufficient to remove a member. Second, everybody keeps calculating the time from October, but Michael Joseph went to that meeting, number one, and there was no November meeting, and several of the speakers here have actually said where you should be calculating the day from. They're saying that he stopped coming after the swearing in. He wasn't here at the swearing in. It is December where you start calculating the day, not the first meeting he went to. This is evidenced by the fact that you have a new commission. It rolled over. You can't count the days before. In that case, it doesn't make 120 days because you must count it from the December meeting. It's not 120 days. Second, the commission, by acquiescing to the lawsuit that Commissioner Chernoff did, all of a sudden availed themselves of the circuit court. The circuit court did not remove Michael Joseph. By the fact that you've availed yourself to the court has not ruled, you now cannot have it both ways and say, we acquiesce to the lawsuit, and now all of a sudden, we want to remove him. Mind you, there is no provision in the charter to remove a commissioner. Now, everyone will say that, oh, it is automatic once missing, but this is the issue. Even if he had missed 120 days, which I don't believe he had, you allowed him to sit in March. So by that definition, you can no longer remove him. You have acquiesced to the fact that he is a member of the commission. By having any other interpretation, you would basically say, oh, someone can miss 120 days, we'll let them sit for a while, and a year later, you can say, hey, remember that time last year where you missed 120 days? We're removing you. You can't do that. It can't be done. He came in March, everything reset. Everything reset really in December when the new commission came in, but once he came in March, if you didn't remove him that day, that's it. It's over. This is not something that you guys should be doing. I'm currently in litigation with another city that just moved an election, 18 months into the future, denying the folks the right to vote. The right to vote, the right to elect your representatives is important. If you don't like the way Commissioner Joseph is acting, the voters can vote him out eventually. But to remove him would be illegal because it would be the wrong computation of dates, and you let him sit in March, and therefore your ability to remove him has ended. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Civility,
Guys,
please.
We're going to keep order, let everybody speak. Thank you. Mr. Herron, you're our city attorney. Us sitting here, are we violating a quorum, or are we violating anything that was suggested in our last speaker's presentation?
No.
Okay. I just want to make sure for the record. Okay. Next speaker.
State Representative Dottie Joseph.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorney. Regardless of how you feel about the Commissioner's protest over the Mayor's residence.
Just need your name for the record.
Oh, State Representative Dottie Joseph.
Thank you.
Regardless of how you feel about how the Commissioners protested, the fact remains that this commission has zero authority to expel any commissioner that was duly elected by the residents of the city of North Miami Beach. And doing so may be considered retaliation for their protests. As some of you know, and I've worked with many of you, both in my capacity as assistant deputy and interim city attorney, and counseled you on many boards, Section 2.5 of the city's charter governs quorums and attendance and provides, in part, if any commissioner has failed to attend a meeting of the city commission for a period of 120 days, the seat of such commissioner shall be automatically become vacant. There's no action that's required, it's automatic. Now, what I would like to share with you is a chart in calculating the 120 days. In October of 2022, Commissioner Joseph attended a meeting. November, there was no meeting because there were elections. Then you have a new commission. The first meeting that he could have attended would have been December 20th, 2022. He did not attend. He missed 3 meetings. Even counting all of those meetings, he was at the March 2023 meeting, and my math is mathing, that's 91 days. That is not 120 days. Thank you. Right now, this question is pending in court. One of your colleagues has brought suit to address this matter. Let it play out in court. I don't understand what you all are doing here. I'm not your city attorney, so I'm not going to advise you, but it makes no sense. Last thing, I'll just close and say this. We are celebrating both Haitian Heritage Month and Jewish American Heritage Month. And these are communities that have a long-standing relationship. And I just want to point out that when Jewish folks...
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry. If anybody else speaks out, you're going to be asked to step out of the room.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had a good relationship and sometimes trying relationship in the city of North Miami Beach, but we've always been able to remain cordial and respect one another. For those who may not be familiar with this particular part of the history, I want to remind people that Haiti was the only country that opens its doors to Holocaust exiles as they were fleeing the Holocaust, when a lot of other countries closed their doors.
15 seconds.
Israel was one of the first countries to come to Haiti's aid after the 2010 earthquake. Haiti was the deciding vote in making sure that Israel became a state. And I'm just highlighting these two because this is the month that we're in. We pride ourselves in being a diverse community. This, whether it's the litigation or everything that transpired before, does not lend itself to that. I just want to remind you of that, and the community's watching. Thank you.
Can I have a point of
Yes,
personal
go ahead.
privilege? I'm not sure why we have to bring Jewish American History Month into this. This has nothing to do with Judaism or being Jews or being Jewish. And I'm sorry, Dottie, you know that you and I have had a wonderful relationship, but I'm actually offended that you're bringing Judaism into this, or the state of Israel into this. Okay, this has nothing to do with the state of Israel. This has to do about a commissioner missing 120 days. This has nothing to do with Haiti, and this has nothing to do with Israel. And I am personally offended by your words. Dr. Flora Latourte?
I'm Dr. Flore Lindor Latortue, a former resident of North Miami Beach, a citizen of the world, once who hosts several of the events. I stand before you, Mayor, Commissioners Phyllis Smith, Commissioner Fortuna, and Commissioner Daniel Agent. I am in shock with the city of North Miami Beach that represented forever a city of unity and a city of love. Tonight, I am witnessing personal attacks. The charter, yes, is dictating the rules and regulations, yet we are not mindful that Commissioner Joseph acted using situational leadership. I would like someone in this room who has not made a mistake, the parents like me who have not made a mistake, to really raise their hand. The city that I know who voted for Commissioner Michael Joseph, a commissioner who brought issues of housing. I want to be at a meeting where I hear the constituents focusing on his term, fighting for housing, helping pay raise, bringing incubators for better economy. North Miami Beach is still strong. North Miami Beach is that only city where a mayor and its commissioners will work together hands in hands with the leadership of North Miami and unity. We should not be distracted by personal attacks and let, like the lawyers are saying, the court works its time and its way. And I want to admit, yes, mistakes were made, but we still have time to make it right by the people, because indeed, he did not miss 120 days if I heard other people speaking. And do not judge him by that personal decision to stand for what is right, but to be fair to all the constituents. Thank you. Once again, my name is Dr. Flor Lindor Latochu.
Anna Bonet, and then Tricia Harris.
Good evening, Anna Bonet, and I am a longtime resident of North Miami Beach. I agree with Commissioner Smuggler. I am also offended. I am offended that I have to stand here and speak about a code of ethics, not a code of race. It's not Haitian versus white. It's not about being Haitian that this is happening here. It's about being ethical. Having a code and being able to abide by your charter. The constituents that voted for Commissioner Joseph, and I might add Commissioner Flourmont also, are disgusted. I'm a resident, taxpayer, and voter of this city, where I echo many residents that are disgusted with the chaos created by Commissioners Joseph and Flourmont. You have no excuse for not representing the residents of this community. I was not even going to take 2 minutes. I thought 2 minutes was an adequate time. I was under 2 minutes, but I'm appalled and have had to continue and come up here and describe something and bring up racial issues that were not even on my agenda. You have no excuse for not representing us, Commissioners Joseph and Flourmont. We have another commissioner, by the way, that promotes herself and makes everything about her. It's about ethics. It's about standing by your code to represent the residents of this city. I voted for you all, the three of you, but we did not elect you to just collect paychecks and all the benefits that come with the job so you can then hammer us by creating chaos and pushing negative points that do nothing but divide this community. We need, and you hear the division right now going on, we need two commissioners that will work for this city and move us forward in a positive direction, not stop important business and developments. We should be proud of our city. We don't want you and the chaos and untruths you bring to us. Thank you.
Tricia Harris, and then Keith Myers. See? Keith Myers.
Good morning. Good morning, Keith Myers, resident. Let's do some math for Michael Joseph, and it's really fitting that so many people are here defending an empty chair. It's just how it's been for the past, I don't know, since December, you know, for those that have been here. Michael Joseph knew that he was encroaching on the 120-day rule. He knew that. That's why he scheduled a farce city conference on the 119th day to discuss, I believe it was the theater. There was no reason for that except to try to reset the clock. He knew better. And the only thing that I disagree with what the city's doing right now, Mackenzie Flourmont is just as guilty. He should be removed as well. Thank you.
Jeb Hanwerger, and then Kathleen Joachim.
Jeb Hanwerger, Monticello, North Miami Beach. I'm very disappointed to see at a hearing that Michael Joseph isn't here. I didn't hear any reason. Maybe I missed it, but I've been listening from the meeting from the beginning. But again, on such an important night like this, to not even be here and to defend himself at a hearing is concerning. And what's really concerning is during what got me interested in North Miami Beach, I've been here a resident almost 20 years, and I've been concerned because we've had a couple of mayors and commissioners that have been removed. There has been a culture of corruption here. I kind of disregarded what was going on in the city up until the pandemic, and then I started seeing what was going on. I voted for Commissioner Joseph as much, he was very well supported in my community along 10th Avenue. He came, with all the credentials and the positions, conservative-minded, fiscally prudent, with a lot of great ideas, and he was very popular amongst our community. But then, over the years, and as I began to see what happened with our city, I started seeing the commissioners were using the police force and using the resources for themselves rather than using the police force and to take care of the residents and the crime. Where did we notice that the most was there was a commission meeting, I believe last year, and Mubarak Kazan raised a lot of points about the audit, about the financial condition of the city. And then all of a sudden, I saw police remove him from the commission meeting, and there was all this news. And then eventually, right afterwards, Jay Chernoff, who was pretty much in retirement at the time, said, "I'm coming out of retirement, I'm going to run again," because he saw what was going on with the city. And Commissioner Smith, who's been retired and has already done her duty for the city, said, "You know what? I've had enough. I'm coming back too, because I see the city's headed into a path of disaster. Because when it's become self-serving, it can't last." And the residents came out and they voted, and there was an election, and then all of a sudden there was this scheme and this abuse of power. And now it's been months and months where the residents have not been able to really voice and anything has been able to make progress. So I thank you, Commissioner Chernoff, Commissioner Smith, Fortuna, and for everyone that's shown up for our residents and that continues to show up, and to the mayor to continue to show up even though your family has had issues with safety. So thank you for showing up, for doing your job.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Josham. I live in the city of North Miami Beach. Although I signed up, I was the third or the fourth one on one of those lists, but I'm glad that I wasn't called and got to listen to all these speakers that came and spoke so eloquently about what is happening in the city of North Miami Beach. For months, the city has been in distress. And most of the people in this room never came and to assist, to help us of what was happening. 7 members on the dais, and 2 or 3 might have had concern about one of their colleagues' residency. You would think they would come in a meeting, discuss it, make the decision collectively on how to proceed, how to hire a lawyer to go about getting to the bottom of this. But none of this was done. Funds were taken out of the resident's mouth, hired a private investigator, hired lawyers. 2 people took it upon themselves to do this when it should have been a collective decision. We, the residents of North Miami Beach, have been waiting for months for something to be done, for us to get back to normal, for our police department to be able to accept the grant that they have applied for. Things were literally shut down in the city because we could not get things done. I'm here tonight because I live in the city and I have worked hard to help elect a lot of you, including my Haitian brothers and sisters. This is not to me about Haitians and Caucasians. It is a decision about what is right, how our funds have been dispersed, how one commissioner have taken a credit card, our credit card, and pay for membership, how others have literally got us in a hole, $22 million we got
seconds.
from the federal government, and we don't know what happens to it. So please make a decision tonight, one way or another. Thank you.
Yona Lunger.
Yona Lunger, 695 Northeast 174th Street.
Can you speak louder so we can?
Yes, Yona. I wasn't scheduled to speak. Fortuna, thank you. That's why I came up to speak. I am personally offended that I hear people making this an Israeli-Haiti thing. You all remember in 2010 when I came back from Haiti, myself, and I received right here, Phyllis, do you remember you handed me the award for going to Haiti, being there for 3 months, being deployed to help out those individuals. I don't use that as my green card. I did it because as a human being, as a citizen, as a clergy chaplain, that I went there to do what I got to do. Don't come up here and say this is Haitian or this is that, and be careful what you're doing and your residents are voting. This is a ethical, moral thing. There is 10 commandments, there are 7 commandments. Which one do you pick? We have 120 days. We have an attorney here that has made a decision with many other attorneys. They have looked into it. Is this 120 days or not? Then I have a different question. Where were all these residents and all these people when Mr. Mayor, when you were attacked, when Commissioner Kramer was attacked, and many other commissioners were attacked? We couldn't come up here because there was no commission meeting. We couldn't talk for the last 5 months. All of our funds, all of our money, I'm sorry my voice is like this because I'm actually very, very hurt to hear that this has become a Jewish, a white, a black. This has nothing to do with that. What if this would have been our mayor who decided not to come up here 18 months ago because he had whatever, all his votes were going wrong, or all the commissioners that were outvoted? People stepped up like Commissioner Smith, who said, I've had it with the way the city's running. People are scared. I've never seen a police department the way it's running now. People are scared on the streets. We need the city back. We need to stop with all this threats and this and that. If a commissioner doesn't do his job, no matter who it is, it could be my best friend, it could be not, it could be anyone that we've helped. I helped elect a lot of these who are sitting up here by myself, walking the streets with every one of them, not because of who they are and what they are. It's of the person, what the person is, what the person represents to help them. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
We have about maybe 4 other signers here. I'm going to call out their names. I'm not sure if they're for public comment or for public hearing. Emily Pons, would you like to speak on this item? Okay. Libby Giostra? Jerry Giostra?
That's my husband. He wants to speak on.
Okay, not this. Okay, Mr. Mayor, we do not have any other signed speakers on this item.
Okay, so, go ahead, Commissioner Smith. Oh, we have one more. Here we go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mubarak Kazan. I'd like to enter into the record that I personally wrote Commissioner Joseph an email telling him to come to the meetings on December the 22nd, 2022 at 3:34 p.m. Pleaded with him to come to the meeting, and many of us did this during that week. We had a December 20th meeting. So this is not a race thing, as some people want to make it out. When I came to my meeting the first time in 2002, 2003, we had Jackie Smith. a black American lady. She was selected first to the chair. Then we all supported, I personally supported Philippe DeRose, a Haitian American. He whooped John Julian's, you know what. We supported him wholeheartedly. 2005, the people elected John Julian, 7, Franz Pierre, and the list go on until I think is the 2018, because 2020, it was about insourcing and outsourcing, and I put my vote for Commissioner Joseph and Commissioner Florimon because they were insourcing, keeping the water plant in-house. So it behooves me when people come, they just woke up and try to label our city like we're a white thing and a black thing. It's not. I see a lot of black people came up here opposing Commissioner Joseph, and a lot of white people came up here supporting Commissioner Joseph. And I love that, because when you remember the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, we will all come together at the table. If they were coming to the meetings, you would have seen a very nice, diverse community we've had here in this community. But it so happened that 3 wanted to stay away for whatever reasons they choose to and don't want to play it by the rules. I'm not going to be telling you who to vote for the 120 days or what. A middle school child should be able to tell you what 120 days is. We do not need 2 judges, 4 lawyers, $500,000 down the drain just because you can't understand what 120 days is. I wish Commissioner Joseph well in whatever he does for his future. And I wish all 7 of you well. If you come to the meetings and represent us, but you're not.
15 seconds.
I didn't even have a thank you note when I reminded him to come to the meeting, or any of the other 3. We have more things to wrap up, like cutting the wild spending, and probably some of them would walk off willingly too when their funds are cut.
Any other speaker at this time? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. And we are going to pass it over now, Commissioner Smith, you had.
Thank you. I wanted to wait until everybody spoke, but I want everybody to listen to me, please. This is extremely important. That's the 2nd or 3rd time that I've heard our representatives, because I had meetings, talk about a Jewish and a Haitian issue. Please listen to me. I have to tell you something. I sat on this council with such pleasure with 3 Haitian men. I spoke to one of them twice this weekend. Twice. Please don't let this be a continued conversation in the community. Stop it now. Please don't reach to those lowest of low levels to think that there would be any issue from your government that would bring race, sex, color, economic status, position in life. No, no, no. This is your commission, your city, your elected officials. And it doesn't matter if they're purple or if they're a transgender. It doesn't matter. The only thing that should matter to you, are they taking care of you, your family, your business, and your visitors? That's what matters. I'm begging you. Do not let this become that issue. You don't know my background. You don't know, am I Orthodox, am I Reformed, am I married to a Jew, am I married to a Catholic? You have no idea. To start to think that race would be involved or religion would be involved, please, I'm begging each and every one of you and everybody you know, do not let this continue to fester in our city. It's enough. I heard it tonight for the last time that I'm not going to explode. This is just what we're here for is a different thing, and I'm looking to my attorney right now to tell us exactly what you want from us. Thank you very much for allowing me those few minutes.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, at this point, again, based upon the process that was followed with a similar hearing a number of years ago involving Commissioner Franz Pierre, an opportunity would be given to the representatives of Commissioner Joseph to present any evidence, testimony that he or she wishes to put into the record before you all then take it upon yourselves to then make a decision on the matter before you. As I stated before, I believe that Commissioner Joseph himself is ill and unable to make it here this evening, but his representatives are in the audience and are presumptively wish to come forward and speak, so now's the opportunity for them.
Okay, Mr. Attorney, come forward, please. Counsel, can you tell us more or less how much time you need for your presentation so we can?
I don't imagine that I'll take more than 10 minutes with my response. I'm going to try to keep it below that, but just add
We'll give you 15, just to make sure. We want to give you all the time you need to make sure you can.
I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Up here? Okay. I may want to introduce a couple of exhibits, in which case I would, if it's okay with the commission, approach the commission and hand the exhibits to you for review. Is that acceptable? Thank you very much.
We're going to take a 5-minute break before he starts. Yeah, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay, you want to recess for 5 minutes?
We're going to recess.
Before we get started?
We need.
Oh,
we need to use the restroom.
Oh, yes, no, of course.
We won't all be here.
It'll let the nerves die off anyway.
Give us an opportunity to use the restroom real quick when we're back. It's 8:35, we're gonna, at 8:45, 10 minutes. At 8:45, we're back here.
Yeah, it's pretty much, it's pretty much exactly, it's just a crazy calendar call.
All right, I'm going to ask everybody to kindly take their seats.
See you.
We can talk about that tomorrow once we have everything up and running.
Is that coffee, John? Is that coffee? I was going to say. Once you get past interim, then that you unlock the Keurig pods. Right.
All right, I'm going to ask everybody to take their seats. We're going to get started. Everybody, please take your seats so we can get started. Thank you. Officers, if you could kindly tell anybody that's outside if they could come in. Okay, thank you, everyone. Okay, the time is 8:53 p.m. and we are going to convene our meeting. I'm going to ask for silence in the audience. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for working with us this evening. We realize this is not the best of circumstances, but working together, we can get it done. Okay, time is 8:53 p.m. We are out of recess. We are back in our chambers in order. Mr. Attorney, we're listening, if you want to take it from here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Eichenblatt is here on behalf of Commissioner Joseph, and he has asked for approximately 15 minutes to make his presentation, and subject to your approval, I'll turn it over to Mr. Eichenblatt.
Thank you, Mr. Herron. Good evening, everyone. My name is Max Eichenblatt. I am the attorney for Commissioner Joseph. I am a Jewish attorney representing a Haitian commissioner, although I don't believe that that's relevant. I agree with the commissioners, and that is not a portion of my presentation. I can promise you that. I apologize. Unfortunately, as you all are aware, Commissioner Joseph suffered a heart attack a few weeks ago, and unfortunately had a cardiac event this past weekend, and his doctors advised him to remain on bed rest for the next week, and so he cannot be here today. I am here speaking on his behalf at this hearing, which my understanding is that this is a due process hearing consistent with the Pierre precedent. I want to start by thanking you all for the opportunity to speak before you and thank the city attorney for his help in facilitating this in advance. I consider it a privilege to be able to present to this commission, and I'm grateful for your time and your consideration. I know there's been obviously a lot of controversy among the commission over the past 6 months. A lot of contention with the lawsuits involving this body. Emotions are obviously heightened. Questions have been raised about potential political motivations. But the issue before you today in this hearing is a limited one. The question is simple. It's a question of definitions and calculations. Did Commissioner Joseph violate Section 2.5 of the Charter of the City of North Miami Beach? Put even more simply, did he, and I'm quoting, fail to attend a meeting of the City Commission for a period of 120 days? As the person presenting before this commission on Commissioner Joseph's behalf, on why the answer to that question is definitively no, I just want to make sure that I'm going to get a fair shake. I I know that you all probably have some ideas in your head as to how this should shake out, and you may have some thoughts or feelings about Commissioner Joseph that are unrelated to the application of the charter. Article 10, Section 2.79 of the Ordinance Code states that public trust requires public servants to fulfill their public duties faithfully and honestly, and to subordinate any personal interest. But I'm asking you all first, if I can have your word, that you will be fair and impartial in hearing me out this evening, putting aside any of those personal interests or preconceptions to show the public that it can trust this body to assess this question in the same way that you would want to see it assessed if you were standing in Commissioner Joseph's shoes. So do I have the commission's word on that you will be fair and impartial, and that we can start from a blank slate like the due process clause requires?
Madam Clerk, do you want to read this, swear us into oath as a quasi-judicial forum that we are going to base this hearing on the evidence presented before us here today? Mr. Attorney, what's your direction on that? Asking us for
No, I think that and I don't mean to put any words in Mr. Eichenblatt's his mouth, but I think what he's asking is, that this board evaluate and consider the information that he's going to present, as well as everything else you've heard, in a fair and an impartial manner in reaching your conclusion, and not basing your decision on any prejudgments or preconceived ideas, but rather, what you have heard here tonight, and what he is going to present in the way of what I would characterize as defenses or arguments as to why Commissioner Joseph has not violated the 120-day rule as set forth in Section 2.5 of the Charter. I don't believe that it is necessary to change the procedure that we followed here this evening so far, which is no one has been put under oath, and that you all can move forward in a manner that presumptively is fair and impartial.
Okay.
And nor do I, and there's no need to have anyone get sworn in. I trust your informal statements on the record that you understand the hearing that we're here for today, and that you are going to be fair and impartial as the due process clause requires, and that's all that I was asking for. So do I have the word of the commission that we will be fair and impartial in just assessing the evidence in this manner? Commissioner Smith, do I have your word that you can be fair and impartial in assessing this?
I don't know how you want me to answer as a commissioner, but I have to tell you, as I told everybody that called, and I'm going to repeat it again, what's the question? Listen to the gentleman give me what he thinks, listen to the other side, man or woman, what they think, and then what's the question? And based on what I hear, and I have said that over maybe 15, 20 times this week, and I'm not deviating that tonight.
And I believe that we're on the same page there, that the question before the commission that you're going to be voting on is whether Commissioner Joseph violated the charter. And all that I'm asking for is your assurances that you're going to be fair and impartial in that assessment, and base it on the facts and the provision of the law. That's all. I believe that we're on the same page, Commissioner Smith.
What I would respond to, and not to belabor the point, is I believe that, and certainly, my instructions and comments to any of you on any matter, this or any other item that comes before you, is, you base your decisions on, what you believe to be is the proper application of the law, in this case, the charter, and it's presumed, in the absence of any other evidence to the contrary, that you are fair and impartial. It's up to you whether or not you wish to respond and answer the question that Mr. Eichenblatt has put before you. But I think that the law assumes on your behalf that you all are going to do what your good conscience and what you hear will guide your decision here this evening.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. The language of the charter states, if any commissioner has failed to attend a meeting of the city commission for a period of 120 days, the seat of such commissioner shall automatically become vacant. I know we're all very familiar with that provision at this point. As you all know as legislators, language is extremely important in legislation. It calls back to something that the comedian Ron White once said, which is, if I knew the difference between the word antidote and anecdote, my brother-in-law would still be alive today. Tough crowd. The key language in this phrase is fails to attend. It does not say if any commissioner does not attend a meeting of the city commission for 120 days. It uses the word fail, which tells us all that we need to know about how to properly interpret it. Of course, the word fail implies an obligation to do something. April 27th was the last commission meeting. That was 19 days ago. If I called you today, Mr. Mayor, and I said, hey, Mayor DiFilippo, you failed to attend the commission meeting yesterday. What's the deal? You would answer, no, I didn't. We didn't have a commission meeting yesterday, so I can't have failed to attend a commission meeting that didn't happen, and you would be absolutely correct. However, if I instead called you and I said, hey, Mr. Mayor, you did not attend a commission meeting yesterday, well, that would be true. It would be true because there's not a commission meeting. Now, the difference between those two words is crucial. You cannot fail to do something where there's no obligation to begin with. The fact is, yesterday, the mayor did not fail to attend a commission meeting, nor the day before, nor the other 17 days since he last attended one. So up until this meeting started at 6 p.m., how many days had the mayor failed to attend a commission meeting for? The answer is 0. He had not failed to attend a commission meeting in any of the preceding days, and he is here in attendance today. Otherwise, maybe we'd have a headline from the Miami Herald that says, Mayor DiFilippo has failed to attend a commission meeting for 19 days straight. If we apply the same logical standard to Commissioner Joseph, putting aside all of the extraneous stuff and whatever personal feelings that you may have, he did not violate the charter. Now, what I just put before the commission is a blown-up chart that reflects Commissioner Michael Joseph's attendance from October of 2022 until March of this year. Now, we're all in agreement that on October 18th, 2022, he attended the commission meeting on that date. From that date until the last day of November, there was not a single day that he failed to attend a meeting because there were no meetings in November. So there's not a single day we could say he failed to attend one. Through December 19th, 2022, the same is true. There was no commission meetings during that time. He cannot be said to have failed to attend any of them. In December, the commissioner got strep throat from his son and could not attend that meeting. That is the first day that he failed to attend a meeting of the city commission. By that point, he had failed to attend one day, not 65 days. In January and in February, Commissioner Joseph made the decision, acting on the advice of the city attorney, not to attend those meetings. Putting aside any personal beliefs about that decision or any political motivations that you believe were behind it, that is what happened. He failed to attend a regular commission meeting in January and February pursuant to the advice of the then city attorney. The next meeting he attended on March 21st, 2023, he had failed to attend not for 120 days, but 91 days. Now, if you consider that to be a lot of days, if the commission believes that no commissioner should be allowed to fail to attend a meeting for 90 days, it can absolutely legislate to that effect. But the fact of the matter is that is not what the charter says now. And this is not about what we believe about Commissioner Joseph's failure to attend those meetings, or what we believe about the fact that he missed meetings for 91 days. What we are here about today is whether he violated the charter, which says failed to attend a meeting for 120 days. It is a matter of definitions, and it is a matter of calculations. Now, the new city attorney, Mr. Herron, has abstained up to this point from giving his own legal opinion on this particular issue, except to say that the Pierre precedent applies. And I know Mayor DiFilippo and Commissioner Smith, you were both on this commission at the time that the Pierre precedent, the memo, and the memo's adoption occurred. The application of the Pierre precedent is a major reason why we are here today, and why it was determined that this hearing should occur, because it was consistent with what was recommended by the city attorney in the memo in that case. If we are following the Pierre precedent, as the city attorney has advised the commission, the 120-day count starts on the first meeting missed, not on the last meeting attended. And I have a copy of the memo that was adopted by this commission. If the commission would like to review the language of the memo, then I can approach and attach it as an exhibit.
We have copies.
If any of you would like to read along as we discuss it, if no one volunteers, then I'll just keep it here at the podium. On the first page of this memo, in the first sentence of the memo, the city attorney states that the memo concerns Franz Pierre's failure to attend meetings during the 120-day period beginning on September 18th, 2017 through January 16th, 2018. Now, if you look at the first page of the enclosed memo, you'll see at the bottom, it lists Franz Pierre's attendance. And that first date where they start that 120-day count in this case that we are following as applicable precedent, the first meeting, well, there's a bunch of meetings that are absent before this, but the date on which they start is the first meeting that he missed, September 18th, 2017. The precedent follows the interpretation that I believe is reasonable, and that a number of the members of the public have come up here and argued for. It starts on the first meeting that you fail to attend, because of course to do otherwise would lead to somewhat ridiculous results. As an example, we had some exemplary high school students up here at the beginning of this meeting. And it's May 15th. I believe that they're already in or about to be in summer break. Let's just say, for example, one of those exemplary students were to go on a college visit towards the late end of the summer, and they miss a couple days, and they come back in on Wednesday, and they get called into the principal's office, and the principal says to them, "I'm sorry, you've been expelled from school. You missed 77 days of class. You failed to attend 77 days. Well, of course, the student would be like, "I've only missed 2 days. What are you talking about? We didn't have school." You can't count the days that we didn't have school and say, "I failed to attend on those days." And of course, the parents of that student would be completely outraged that their student just got expelled based on what is otherwise a frankly nonsensical interpretation of the word fails. Now, if we are following the Pierre precedent, as the city attorney has advised that the commission do, the 120-day count starts on the first meeting missed, not the last meeting attended. It is important for the public to see consistency within this commission, integrity with its application of the law, separate and apart from any political considerations that may exist. If we are to apply the precedent, we cannot pick and choose which parts we want to apply and which parts we don't based on what is potentially politically convenient. What precedent would this commission be setting if it decides to ignore the Pierre precedent and a reasonable interpretation of the words fails to attend and find that Commissioner Joseph did in fact vacate his seat? Well, in the future, if a commissioner misses only 2 meetings in a non-election year, that's 60 days, a majority of the commission, if they wanted to eject this commissioner, could decide not to have a meeting the following month, putting the commissioner at 90 days. And then the commission could schedule the following month's meeting 31 days later, putting the commissioner at 120 days missed, even though they've only missed 2 meetings. Now, I'm not trying to give any ideas, but that is the precedent that this interpretation of the charter would be setting. I think we can all agree that that would not be consistent with the intent of the drafters of the charter, who said fails to attend 120 days. Further, if Commissioner Joseph is punished for missing these 2 meetings because he was following the advice of the city attorney, even if it was bad advice, what precedent does that set? The commissioners must be able to rely on the advice of the city attorney, and I know that you all can agree with that. Here, the city attorney says to follow the Pierre precedent. That is what applies. Applying that precedent means finding Commissioner Joseph has not vacated his seat. The commission would be acting against the advice of the city attorney to follow this precedent and against the advice of the prior city attorney who spent a lot of time drafting this memo and interpreting the charter in deciding to remove Commissioner Joseph, essentially driving past one stop sign through another into an area of the law that contradicts its own precedent. This issue, as you all know, is presently before the court in Commissioner Chernoff's lawsuit against Commissioners Joseph and Fleurimont. The court is postured and fully intends on answering this question, hopefully in the next 60 days at a maximum. Whether or not this vote goes forward, the court intends on answering that question. So why even go forward with the vote? If you read through the charter does not give the commission the specific power to remove a commissioner. However, it does give the commission specific powers to remove any appointee of the commission. It does give the commission specific powers to remove the city attorney. It does give the commission specific powers to remove the city manager. The law is clear that the charter is considered the constitution of the governing body. And the governing body is limited to the authorities and powers that are expressly granted within that charter. Now, when a judge ultimately looks at this decision and sees that the commission is given specific powers of removal over certain appointees and certain members of the government, but is not given those specific powers as to a commissioner, the judge is going to imply that the intent of the drafters was not to give the commission that power. The commission does not have power that's specifically given in its charter, and the reason for that is extremely valid. The reason is that otherwise, the commission could just do whatever it wants and vote on whatever it wants and tell everyone, well, we have general powers to do that because even though it's not specifically named in the charter, it's not specifically prohibited. Now, that would lead to complete chaos, which is not the kind of government that we have in this country. Now, there are 3 options presently before this commission. You can vote that yes, Commissioner Joseph violated the charter and disregard the prior precedent and the advice of city attorneys past and present and the plain language of the charter that you swore an oath to uphold. Or you can vote no, uphold your oath, stay true to the prior precedent, and show the residents of the city of North Miami Beach that despite any political differences, this body is completely committed to upholding the law and protecting their fundamental right to vote and choose their own elective officials. But then you also have a third option: decline to hold the vote. allow the court to decide, which is going to happen whether or not this vote goes forward, allow the city to continue working on its important business, get back to work with a functioning commission until the court decides once and for all. If the commission is not inclined to uphold its precedent and uphold its charter equally across the board, no matter which commissioner that the charter is being applied to, then it should get back to work and allow the judge to decide this issue. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak before you, and I'm happy to answer any questions that the commission may have, but that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any questions the commission wants to ask at this time, or you want to wait to hear from everybody and then pose questions?
I'll wait.
It's okay. Mr. Attorney, we also want to give the same latitude and time.
Sure. Mr. Pizzi is here, and he is counsel for Commissioner Chernoff. I will defer to him whether or not he wishes to make any statements or any presentation to the City Commission. But I did want to say two things in response to some of the comments that Mr. Eichenblatt made, and it goes to what are the powers that this body has, and the inference, the suggestion that if it's not stated in the charter, then you don't have the authority to do something. Otherwise, there would be the suggestion is there would be chaos. And I'm here to tell you that that's not the case. Your charter very specifically states what powers you have and what are the limits of that power. And it's found in section 1.4 of your charter. And it states the City of North Miami Beach shall have all available governmental, corporate, and proprietary powers and may exercise them except when prohibited by law. And that is a paraphrase or almost directly a quotation from the Florida Constitution and the corresponding language in Chapter 166 Florida statutes, was the Home Rule Powers Act. And so we're clear, the Home Rule Powers Act and the Florida Constitution vest in this body all the powers that the state has in all matters of legislation, all matters of action, unless the state has preempted or otherwise prohibited by law. And so we all know that from time to time, the Florida legislature takes action every year in Tallahassee to preempt certain functions that you otherwise would have. And I would say that if you look to the Florida Constitution, you look to what powers the state of Florida has, one of the powers that both the Senate and the Florida House of Representatives has is the authority to remove one of their own members. And so that is the limitation. And it's also the grant of powers, which is very broad, consistent with the Home Rule Powers Act and the existing language in the Florida Constitution. Furthermore, in Section 1.5 of the Charter, it goes on to state that this Charter and the powers of the city shall be construed liberally in favor of the city. So there are two specific provisions in your charter, and the only limitation in your charter and your exercise of your authority is except when it's prohibited by state law, or even presumptively where it's adopted an ordinance that would prohibit you all from doing something. That would be the only limitation on the exercise of your powers.
Okay. Appreciate that update. Mr. Pizzi?
My name is Michael Pizzi, and I'm an attorney for Vice Mayor Jake Chernoff. And I'm going to be very brief, and I'll skip the preamble. I assume that it's an honor to appear in front of all of you, and it is my assumption that you always will make decisions that are in the best interest of the public, and it's not up to me or anybody else to question you. You've been elected by the people, and you're all outstanding public servants, and I have no doubt that you always, on any issue, will do what you think is the right thing to do. and it's a privilege to be here. And thank you for your service. I want to first address the issue as to why we're here. Well, first, let me say that I hope that Commissioner Joseph is okay. If Commissioner Joseph is in any form of ill health or distress, I want to say on behalf of my family and everybody and my friends that I certainly will say a prayer for Commissioner Joseph and his health, and I certainly wish Commissioner Joseph nothing but good health and the best. And if he's watching, Commissioner Joseph, I hope if you're not feeling well that you get better, and I pray for your good health. So having said that, let me move on to the issues here. I want to talk about why we're here. When this lawsuit was filed, Commissioner Mr. Eichenblatt filed a document with the court and said the following. So I want to address why Mr. Eichenblatt, excellent attorney, excellent firm, made the point repeatedly, why are we here? Why are you voting on this? Why, the matter's in court. It's in front of Judge Lopez. Mr. Eichenblatt said several times, what is this doing in front of the commission? Why don't you just leave it to the courts? So I'm going to read to you, I want to read to you what, in fairness to you and your city attorney and everyone, I want to read to you what Mr. Eichenblatt said to the court when the matter went to court. Mr. Eichenblatt told the court the following. This should not be in court yet because the city failed to satisfy all conditions precedent. And Mr. Eichenblatt said to the judge, in light of the city's PA precedent, the plaintiff was obligated to at least attempt to schedule a special commission meeting and provide for an opportunity for the allegedly offending elected official to speak and present rebuttal at that meeting before seeking relief with the court. So, with respect to Mr. Eichenblatt, why are we here? Because Mr. Eichenblatt insisted on behalf of Commissioner Joseph that we be here first. We're here because Mr. Eichenblatt and his colleague got it up in front of Judge Lopez when we tried to have a court disposition, and they said that Commissioner Joseph's position, as stated by Mr. Eichenblatt, was, and I'll quote, you need to first provide an opportunity for the Commissioner Joseph to present a rebuttal at a special commission meeting before you go to court. Well, you can't go to court. And then Mr. Eichenblatt said as follows. Mr. Eichenblatt said, failure to exhaust administrative remedies. So on behalf of Commissioner Joseph, Mr. Eichenblatt said, in light of the city's PA precedent, plaintiff was obligated to at least attempt to schedule a special commission meeting and provide an opportunity for Commissioner Joseph to come in front of the commission first to rebut these allegations and have a commission vote. And Commissioner Joseph and Mr. Eichenblatt told the judge and the court that until you do that, until you have this meeting and he does the rebuttal and you have a debate and a vote and a discussion, you can't go to court yet. Then Mr. Eichenblatt said the following. He said that, he said, Judge Lopez, in light of the PA precedent, it stands for the proposition that you first have to give notice of a special commission meeting and an opportunity for the offending elected official to speak and rebut that. Being an OCD sufferer, I occasionally repeat things, which many of you probably know, but in this case, Mr. Eichenblatt and Commissioner Joseph told the judge on 5 separate occasions in their pleading, and at the beginning of the hearing when Mr. Herron was there, that you are required, you cannot go to court until you first have a due process special commission meeting. And what they said was, they told Judge Lopez that it was a violation of Commissioner Joseph's due process rights. And they, on behalf of Commissioner Joseph, Mr. Eichenblatt demanded that you have a city commission meeting here and give him due process before you go to court. So in answer to Mr. Eichenblatt's question, which he asked somewhat incredulously, why are we in front of the city commission? Well, we're in front of the city commission night doing this because Mr. Eichenblatt and Commissioner Joseph demanded that we come in front of the city commission and have this hearing so the commission could make a determination. It's what they requested. And that's in their pleadings. And I think the city, I'm not going to bring it, the city attorney, if asked, to give you a copy of the pleadings would certainly attest to that. Now, what I would note is also, when Mr. Atenat wrote a memo on this on January 13, 2023, Mr. Atenat said, quote, with regard to another charter matter, it is my recommendation, as recommended in the Pierre matter, that a special commission meeting be held to discuss, the item. And then Commissioner Joseph wrote an email on January 19th to the city clerk and the city attorney stating, as per the findings detailed in the correspondence and memo, I'd like to call for a special meeting to discuss having a vote on the vacancy. So Mr. Atenat and Commissioner Joseph consistently, and then in their memo of January 13th, 2023, they stated, in some, Commissioner Pierre scenario arguably created a precedent that although the term automatic did not mean the city council could fill a vacancy without calling a special meeting, it said it meant that in that scenario, before declaring a vacancy, due process should be provided in the form of notice of a special commission meeting. So Mr. Atenat and, several $100,000 later, informed this commission in several memos, as did Commissioner Joseph, that this matter had a matter under Franz Pierre. Mr. Atenat said, not Mr. Herron, not Mr. Herron, not Mr. Pizzi, not Mr. Reiner, not Mr. CUNY. Mr. Atenat said that the proper mechanism under Franz Pierre was to hold the meeting you're holding tonight. Mr. Atenat is the person who said you had to hold a meeting when there was a question of a violation of the 120-day rule. And his special outside counsel said the same thing. And then the lawyers hired by Mr. Joseph, they said the same thing. So you're having this, so for anyone who's asking, why is the city commission holding a meeting on a matter that's in front of the court system? The answer is because Mr. Hans Atenat, his outside counsel, Mr. Joseph, and his attorneys demanded that they have this hearing as a matter of due process. So you are doing what they had requested. So, the other thing I would note is that, so you're here because that's what Mr. Joseph wanted. The second thing I would note is that sometimes, lawyers, kind of make things more complicated than they are. And what I'm going to do is, for the next minute, forget Commissioner Joseph, forget anybody else calling people out by name. There used to be a rule at commission meetings, you couldn't call people out by name. There used to be a rule at commission meetings of decorum that if you call people out by name or, said something disparaging, you weren't allowed to do that. So I'm going to ask you to put blinders on for the next minute and take away the names of anybody involved in this thing. The personalities don't matter, who it is, who it isn't, whether it's Joe Blow or anybody. The name of the person and the identity of the commissioner is irrelevant. So for this final minute, forget which commissioners are involved, who represents them. Don't even worry about the name. John Adams said one thing that's very important. John Adams said facts are stubborn things. They don't change. What's paramount is not what Gene Olin said or Mike Pizzi said or anybody else said. Your main obligation is to enforce your city charter. That's the one thing when you get sworn in, you're sworn in to uphold and enforce the city charter. That's your obligation. That rests with you. You swore that you would uphold the city charter. Here is what the language of the city charter said. I used to have a law professor named Minette Massey, and everyone took her for civil procedure. And Minette Massey was at UM Law School for 30 years. I still owe them $100,000 in loans. But Minette Massey said, read the language, read the language, read the language, read the language. Minette Massey would say, forget your law degree, forget your PhD. Make believe you're just an average, normal person. Read the language. The language of two sections of your charter state as follows. Section 2.4 says, the city commission shall hold at least 11 regular meetings in each calendar year. So section 2.4 says, the commission will hold 11 regularly scheduled meetings. That's what the people voted for. Section 2.5 says, and I'm going to quote it, if any commissioner has failed to attend a meeting of the city commission for a period of 120 days, the seat automatically becomes vacant. That's what it says. No different than, maybe you don't like residential districts, maybe you think people should be elected at large, maybe you think that the election should be held in April instead of November. Maybe you think that it should take a six votes to appoint or remove the city manager or the city attorney. Mr. Herron would like that, 6 votes, 7 votes to remove the city attorney or the city manager. But what I would say is, but regardless of your view of that, that's what it says. And your city charter says if any commissioner has not attended a meeting for 120 days, the seat becomes vacant. My reading of that, as a kid, not as a lawyer, but as a kid from Brooklyn, my reading of that, and I still have the accent 40 years later, my reading of that is that if you have not attended a commission meeting for 120 days, it becomes vacant. That's 4 months. I mean, things happen. There's always something. But what the charter says is that if you have failed to attend a meeting of the city commission for 120 days, on the 120th day at midnight or the 121st day, you automatically vacated the seat. And that means that's over 4 months. And in fact, Jean Olin, in her memo, said as follows. She said, Jean Olin said that based on her analysis, it's her opinion that 2.5 says that, you're removed if you don't attend the commission meeting for 120 days. And then she said, in view of the charter's language providing for such automatic vacancy, this issue of vacancy is mandatory and, quote, not subject to the discretion of the city commission. So what the former city attorney said, and what Jean Olin said, and what Hans Ottenot said, and Mr. Eichenblatt said, this is the binding precedent. So the binding precedent that Mr. Eichenblatt wants you to rely on says that in view of the city charter's language for an automatic vacancy, this issue of vacancy is mandatory, and it's not subject to city discretion. I would also note that, as has been noted, that the Citizens Bill of Rights of the city says that, I'm going to quote it, says that under the Citizens Bill of Rights 1C, any public official or employee who's found by the court to have willfully violated this article shall forfeit their office. So under the City Bill of Rights, you automatically forfeit your office if you violate the 120-day rule. And under Section 2.5, as interpreted by everybody, you automatically forfeit your right if you don't show up for 120 days. And let me just conclude with the common sense analysis. If somebody would ask me, when was the last time I ate? I would say, with my schedule, it was about a day and a half ago. If someone would have asked me, much to her chagrin on Mother's Day. When was the last time I went back to Brooklyn to visit my mother? Well, I shouldn't say, but I will say that it was 9.5 months ago. It wouldn't be, how ridiculous, I wouldn't say, the last time I visited my mother was 9.5 months ago. The last time I ate was yesterday. All of these complications, these lawyer things about, well, you know, maybe maybe they weren't flying flights to New York, and maybe you whatever it is, it's maybe your mother said don't visit her, maybe somebody told you not to eat. Listen, the buck stops with the city commissioners. You can't palm it off on the city attorney. You can't palm it off on advisors. The person who takes the oath is the city commissioner. It rests with you, and it rests with you to follow and uphold the charter. So there are 2 points that are very simple. I'll leave you with 2 points that are simple and the logic's inescapable. The city charter says, if you have not attended a commission meeting in 120 days, you automatically forfeited your seat. 2.5, if you have not attended a city commission meeting in 120 days, on 120 days and midnight, you have automatically forfeited your seat. That doesn't need to be, that's the language. That's what it says, and it's mandatory. Now, what is the record here? The record here is that the commissioner attended a meeting on October 19th, 2022, and did not attend another meeting to March 20th, 2023. So let me give you one of these John Adams inescapable facts. What are the facts? The facts are, if you don't attend for 120 days, you vacated your seat. The facts in this case are, a commissioner, forget who the commissioner is, doesn't matter. Shouldn't matter. Actually, it shouldn't matter. A commissioner attended a commission meeting on October 19th, and that commissioner did not attend another meeting until March 20th, 2023. That commissioner, whoever it was, that commissioner, applying the charter equally, putting blinders on, and applying the charter equally based on its plain language, that commissioner did not attend a commission meeting for 152 days. That commissioner did not attend a commission meeting for 152 days. Now, the reading that you're being asked to give this is 120 days really means 152 days, or really means 200 days, or really means 300 days based on the circumstances. You're being asked to go through legal gymnastics and reach a completely illogical conclusion that 120, that every citizen voted on when they passed the charter, they want you to say tonight the following: when your citizens passed the charter and your citizens voted for 120, they really meant 152, or they really meant 200. The citizens meant 120, the 120 is binding, and in this particular case, the facts are that the person involved did not attend the meeting for 152 days, which is more than 32 days after that period of time. And I do want to note, in addition to talking about the privilege of appearing here, I do want to note, I think I saw some of your colleagues from North Miami. They're all good friends. They are all some of our finest public servants in the state of Florida, and I do want to note that it's not only a privilege to be here, but I think it's also good. I'm glad to see colleagues in North Miami who are great commissioners and do a phenomenal job in their city, that they've exercised their right to voice their opinion, which they have a right to do. And you should take what everybody said into consideration. But what I think that because the charter says 120 days, and because the only inescapable, logical, common sense conclusion is that the commissioner in question here, violated the 120-day rule by more than 30 days. And because under the charter that you're interpreting, it says you have no discretion. It says once the 120-day rule is violated, you have no discretion but to declare a vacancy. Those are the facts. They're simple. Those are the facts. They don't require lawyers. They don't require a law degree or PhD. They're simple, easy to understand, inescapable facts that every member of the public can understand. And you know what? When I was a public official, the worst thing you could ever do is try and tell me what to do. So I never tell anybody what to do. I never tell any public official what to do. I've stated what I believe the facts show, and it is now up to all of you to do whatever it is you think is the appropriate course of action under your charter. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Busy. Okay, Mr. Attorney, we've heard from both sides. I think that now we can pose our questions, if we should have any through you. What procedure would you like to take from here?
Well, I would just, I'm guessing by Mr. Eichenblatt coming up, he's going to ask for a brief opportunity at rebuttal. That's within your discretion to say yes or no to. What I would say is that
Because I've given both parties a fair chance. I've given carte blanche to both parties to talk as long as they want, and we'll be rebutting here all night long. So I gave both parties an opportunity to speak ad nauseum to.
Like 1 minute.
Go ahead.
Okay.
I'd like to hear him.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. So I just want to point out the few things that we did not hear from Mr. Pizzi are the actual words of the charter. You heard him repeatedly state the improper verbiage from the charter saying, does not attend, has not attended. The words that I focused on when I was up here are the actual words of the charter, fails to attend. And it's not a minor difference. That is the critical question here, which I imagine is why it was not specifically referenced. Now, as to the statements that I made to the court, Mr. Pizzi is well aware that he is not quoting statements that I made directly to the judge. What he's quoting are pleadings that were filed in the case, which are markedly different from statements that were made to the judge. They are in the alternative and completely taken out of the context, but it doesn't matter anyways because we are in the courts already and we are now at this hearing, which the court has permitted to go forward. In closing, the last thing that I'll mention in response to what Mr. Herron said about the city's power, the city does have the power to remove the commissioner. That's specifically listed in the provision. The authority to do so lies with the electors. It's a recall. That is what's specifically listed. It does not list that power, rest that power with the commission. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Yes, Mr. Eisenberg, you got it. Mr. Pizzi, are you good, or do you want to rebut any statement?
I had a question.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner, we'll start from up here.
Just a question for Mr. Pizzi, if I may. I know you mentioned, can you speak to your opinion on this actual start date? And more so, because I asked Attorney Herring the same question about November swearing in. So November swearing in, I attended that. Did that also clock in as an actual commission meeting per se?
Number one, Commissioner Jean, thank you for the question. It's an excellent question, and I appreciate it. No, the answer is that under the language of your charter, you would simply go by the last time you attended a meeting and go forward. You wouldn't go back. You'd go forward 120 days. So I think that's a very good question, and I appreciate that. But in my opinion, in my reading of it, and in my opinion of it, and I think in the opinion of most average people who would read it, and in the opinion of the people who voted for it, the 120 days starts with the last meeting you attended, and you simply go forward 120 days. And if you haven't attended a meeting in 120 days, you vacated your seat. And I would note, Commissioner Jean, in that regard, that that's over 4 months. I mean, you can't come to a meeting in over 4 months, and if people don't come, and if commissioners don't come to a meeting in over 4 months, what happens to the city business? The one thing I would note is that whether it would have made it, I don't think it would have made a difference, but what I would note is that, you know, the lawsuit got filed in, like, February 16th, and my friend and colleague was aware of the fact that there was a challenge to not attending meetings, and then he chose not to attend the meeting on the 21st. So what I'm saying is, so one of the things that I think happened is that a lawsuit was filed where the issue was flagged. Hey, listen, a lawsuit's been filed, it's in the papers, you know, people are challenging, you know, people are saying you vacated your seat because you haven't attended the meetings, and that was done on the 16th, and then the individual in question, and it doesn't make a difference who it is, the name's not important, but the individual in question, after getting, you know, being aware of the lawsuit, did not attend the next meeting after being aware of it. So I would say this, you know what? Reasonable minds can differ. Reasonable people can take a different interpretation, and that's perfectly fair. My opinion is that the 120 days starts from the last meeting you attended, which in this date would have been in October.
Okay, thank you. And I had a follow-up question.
Sure.
I've seen you before the commission a few times before, I think with the new coffee place that we have on Biscayne. I think that was the last time. Blackbird. What's your role with the city currently?
I'm sorry?
Other than representing Vice Mayor Chernoff, what's your current role with the city?
Well, the only role I have in the city is that the city commission at a public meeting appointed me to as special counsel. So my only role in the city is one. The city commission appointed me at a public meeting as special counsel to conduct an investigation of expenditures of funds over the past couple of years and look at the facts and come back and report my conclusions with any recommendations. But other than that, I have no role.
Thank you.
And thank you. It's good to see you. Thank you.
Commissioner Jean, to further answer your question that you posed to Commissioner Pizzi, it's been mentioned before, but I take the opportunity to say again, you do have a specific charter provision that is Section 2.4 that states the City Commission shall hold at least 11 regularly monthly meetings in each calendar year at such times and places as the City Commission may prescribe by a resolution adopted by November 1st of each year, establishing the schedule and number of council meetings for the following calendar year. And you have adopted such a resolution. I can't remember the number of it, but it says those are the 11 meetings that are the regular official meetings of the city, and those are the ones that count, at least in my opinion, reading Section 2.4 and Section 2.5 of the charter together, those are the meetings that qualify attendance. You may have other meetings, special call meetings or things of that nature, but that's the benchmark, and I don't believe that, and there's a separate provision in the charter about having the swearing-in ceremony. That in of itself is not one of the 11 meetings that's otherwise listed and specified in Section 2.4 of your charter and as adopted by the subsequent resolution that, Madam Clerk, do you have the number of that resolution?
Yes, the resolution number is R 2022-153, and also the swearing-in ceremony was December 1st. We didn't have any meetings in November.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Commissioner Smuggler?
Okay, thank you. Well, first, I'd like to ask the clerk for the minutes from all the meetings from October through March that they're put into the record, please.
You mean as far as the attendance, or?
The minutes.
Yes, what about the minutes?
I want them put into the record here tonight so that we could,
We'll provide those and put them into the record, but I believe that the The reason why the clerk asked is I think she has a summary of what she extrapolated from those minutes.
Okay.
The attendance of all the commissioners at all the meetings since October of last year.
Okay, thank you.
I will proceed as you requested.
Okay, thank you. And also, so what happens if we do not have those 11 meetings a year?
You certainly can cancel them. The presumption is that theoretically is you would schedule a replacement because the charter does say that you're supposed to have 11.
Okay.
So it'd be a violation of the charter if we didn't have 11.
Technically, yes.
Okay.
Because we didn't have 11 last year. I think we had 8. Just saying. Okay, so, Franz Peters mentioned so many times, but, he attended via phone. When Michael Joseph had strep in December, he could have attended via Zoom. I know that last year, in May, after lockdown, after we were back to normal, I had COVID in May, and I was not able to attend the meeting because I didn't want to get anyone sick. And it was set up that I was going to attend it on Zoom while everybody was going to attend it in person. But I don't know what happened. There was no quorum, so the meeting was canceled. But the point is that I made the effort to attend via Zoom. So if Commissioner Joseph wanted to really attend the December meeting, he could have at least attempted to attend via Zoom, and to the best of my knowledge, he made no such attempt, if he even had strep, and he could have come with a mask on. Also, this is how I see it. I wanted to look something up today in the city of I wanted to look up our oath of office. And it took me to the section of the charter where it says 120 days, about the 120 days. I read this charter 5 years ago. I haven't read it since, and, I don't remember what it says. I don't remember, it was 5 years ago, so much to remember. So I said, let me read this today, because I keep on hearing, but let me read it. Let me see it. So it says, if any councilman has failed to attend a meeting of the city council for a period of 120 days, the seat of such councilman shall automatically become vacant. It says for a period of 120 days. Michael Joseph was not there for a period of 120 days. Shall automatically become vacant. Why we're here, I'm not sure, because he has automatically vacated his seat. So I'm not even sure why we're here talking about this. He automatically vacated his seat. That's it. I swore, we all swore to take an oath, and I did ask the clerk to bring the oath with her, in case anybody wants to hear it, but we swore that we shall support, protect, and defend the charter of the city of North Miami Beach. And that's what we need to do tonight, is support, protect, and defend the charter of the city of North Miami Beach. And I'm going to use another analogy as to the 120 days. I'm going to go back to that a second. When you find out you're pregnant, they count from the last day of your menstrual cycle, not from the first day of your missed cycle. So, same analogy. We're counting from the last commission meeting, not the first missed meeting. We're counting from the last, like the last meal you had, when you last ate, not when the meal you skipped, the meal you didn't eat. It's the meal, your last meal. It's your last cycle. That's how it is. This is for a period of 120 days. It clearly says a period of 120 days. It doesn't say from the last meeting you missed to the next meeting, was there 120 days? It says for a period of 120 days. He did not attend 153 days, I think it was. So more than that, but he did not attend a period of 120 days. And in my opinion, he even attended, the only reason he attended the March 2023 meeting was because we were all, 7 of us, ordered to attend that meeting. So who knows? He might not have even attended that meeting if we were not all 7 of us ordered to attend that meeting. This is all I have for now. I reserve the right to speak again.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Smith?
Well, I listened very intently to both the parties, which I said I was going to do. I have to say, though, there's 2 thoughts that are in my mind that wasn't presented. I'm trying to keep them out of my mind. I'm trying to only focus on what you said. But one of the thoughts is that commissioners did not come to the meeting because they were advised by the attorney not to come. But I'm a commissioner. I'm a commissioner. Why didn't the attorney advise me? If it was wrong, why didn't the commissioner advise me? And so how would they know? How would anybody know? Well, they came to the meeting and they saw only 3 people didn't come. But they didn't come to the next meeting and they saw 3 people were still not here. Why wouldn't they question, what are they doing there? It really is very disturbing that we have a hearing that changes our city scope. We had 30 people speak, and we have to really rely on what it says. So I'm looking at it here, exactly what it says, if we're relying on this. And it says the language in the city charter, section 2.5, clearly and expressly provides for an automatic vacancy in the office upon a city commissioner's failure to attend commission meetings for 120 days. Further, as written, a city commissioner's failure to attend is in parentheses. Attend is not meaning that you must be there. You didn't go to a meeting. Attend commission meetings for the stated 120 days imposed upon the city, a mandatory, non-discretionary vacancy in the subject commission seat. Okay, so then, the only time I looked at my phone was to clearly read it again for the 100th time, where it says, if any commissioner has failed to attend a meeting of the city commission for a period of 120 days. So, city clerk, from the time that the commissioner attended the meeting, which was October
18th.
October 18th was the, Commissioner Michael Joseph attended the meeting.
And then when did Commissioner Michael Joseph attend the next meeting?
March 21st of 2023.
So between October and March, were there 120 days? Consecutive 120 days where he did not attend a meeting?
I didn't.
No, but I mean, am I looking at the calendar correctly?
If you're asking me from October 18th, from that date, it'll be approximately more than 120 days from that date of October 18th. I'm answering your question.
So I appreciate your answering the question, and that's exactly the way I'm looking at it myself, that there were more than 120 days where no meeting by the commissioner was attended. I hope the public doesn't want this decision that came up here weighed on whether money was spent that shouldn't have been, whether they was voted the way you didn't want them to vote. I hope none of that applies. The only thing that we're supposed to decide is that seat vacant? And I wonder if we're meeting here because of a hearing, because if the commissioner felt well, it wouldn't be vacant. When the charter says clearly it's supposed to be vacant. What really was disturbing, and the thing that I'm trying to get out of my mind, I told you there were two things. One is that around the 80th day, there were such rumors, such counting, 86 days, 90 days, just don't let them come for another 10 more days. Those rumors didn't go just to one person. By the time it got to the next meeting, it was announced on the dais, the 120 days. I believe Commissioner Smuckler said something, but it was announced on this dais. So it wasn't unknown to the commissioner. It wasn't unknown. That's one thing that I'm trying so hard not to make that a part of this equation. But I have to tell you the second thing, and I don't know, I really don't even know. But I believe one of the meetings, they were here. They were in the building. They were in the building. They're verifying it. I didn't see it, but I was told they were here and didn't come to represent the people. Again, you're going to say they relied on their attorney. Okay, the first month they relied on their attorney. Okay. But then when they see that we're here, don't they question, how could you be here if the attorney's telling you you shouldn't be here? So how do you show up the second month? That part is very difficult for me to get out of my mind. How did you show up the second month when you see us sitting here? The first month. So I have to tell you, the only thing I can see is what it says, what the clerk just said, that the last time, if that's accurate, that he attended, and the next time that he attended has a difference of 120 days or more, and it says if he fails to show up to a meeting, you could have, as you said, and I listened, what happens if somebody says there's no meeting, there's no meeting, there's no meeting? Well, then there's no city. So I don't see how that could happen at all, that 4 months would go by and there'd be no city. And I think that's the reason somebody that was on the charter review had said to me that originally they wanted to put 90 days. And they said, no, 90 days wouldn't be enough, it has to be 120 days. When it went out to the public, which the public agreed. The public voted to agree that if you don't take care of me, my tax dollars, my family, my business, my friends that visit here, if you don't take care of us for 4 months, we don't want you. The seat is vacant, get somebody that will take care of us. That's the way I'm looking at it. And listen, if you saw me, which I did to both of you very intently, and I said I would do that, I told a lot of people that I met with this week, I met with them all. I listened to all sides. But I have to tell you, listening to you and hearing what you're saying and reading it again because you brought it to me, I see that as a commissioner, the seat is vacant. Now, am I here because it wouldn't be vacant unless I say that? Is that the reason I'm here, that I have to say it, or otherwise it wouldn't be vacant? Because the charter says it's vacant. So that's the way I see it. If there's something more that I don't see, I'm sure I'll get a lot of phone calls tomorrow.
Okay.
I have a point to make.
Okay, your second bite at the apple, Commissioner Jean.
You want your first bite first?
I would love my first bite first. Those were questions.
Yeah, that's true.
But thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess the question would be to the city attorney. And I know you're trying to stay as objective as you can. I'm just trying to get clarity on the start date. I know Attorney Pizzi had his notion, and the other attorney had his notion as well of when the actual clocks start. I don't know, if you can opine to that, that would help.
Well, the has been argued by both sides. There are, a view that the timeframe starts to run from the date that the commissioner attended the last meeting that they were physically present in during the month of October, and another argument that it doesn't start to run until the meeting in which the last meeting they attended, or the meeting they attended, which would have been in December, and then going forward from there. Not trying to pass the buck or punt or otherwise evade your question, but at the end of the day, that is the question before you all. As the determiner of whether or not any commissioner has violated the 120-day rule is, how do you read and interpret that? And you've heard both arguments. I believe that, and I'm advising you, that it is your function and your responsibility to decide which of those competing interpretations apply. To use the Franz Pierre analysis, it just, here's this time frame, and 120 days clearly ran in between. And if I remember correctly, there's several instances where Ms. Olin said that the 120 days, and she, and I quote toward the end of her opinion, based upon the information that was provided by the clerk on page 6 of the memo, based upon the above analysis, and when she refers to the above analysis was the dates and information provided by the clerk, it is my opinion that pursuant to City Charter Section 2.5, Commissioner Franz Pierre's seat on the City Commission has been vacant as of January 7th, 2018, due to the Commissioner's failure to attend a Commission meeting for 120 days. So, has 120 days run? And that's the issue for you all to decide. And if you believe that under whatever math that you use, that 120 days have run, then that would be your decision. The motion would be to make a determination that 120 days have passed or more since, and during that time period, Commissioner Joseph failed to attend a meeting. Or you say, no, the 120 days haven't, because I calculate it this way. And ultimately, in my opinion, and I said this before, it would be an intrusion by me as your city attorney into telling you how to do that calculation. That is uniquely your right and authority under the charter and under your powers to make that decision. And I've said that from day one in advising you all that the Franz Pierre analysis does apply, and that is your function, or part of the process is to make that decision based upon what you believe is the proper methodology. Now, will ultimately others opine and tell you or us, here's how I view it? Probably. And if and when that happens, I will report that to you and tell you what that ruling is, what that analysis is, and we'll go from there. But right now, the function before you, or the responsibility you all have is to determine whether or not, based upon what you've heard, that a 120-day period passed during which Commissioner Joseph did not attend the commission meeting.
Sure. So if I may, Mr. Mayor, I just want to see that chart one more time, but I wanted to read something into the record. Fairness and democracy are crucial values for the removal of a political elected official, particularly in situations where there is significant turmoil. In a democratic society, leaders are elected to serve the people and uphold principles of justice and equality. When a leader fails to do so and their actions or policies threaten the well-being of people that they deem to serve, it may become necessary to remove them from office. However, this process must be carried out in a fair and democratic manner with respect for the law, the rule of law, and the rights of all citizens. The removal of a leader should not be based on personal vendettas or political vendettas, but rather on a clear and objective assessment of their performance and conduct. In addition, this process of removal should be transparent and accountable, with input from a range of stakeholders, which we had today, including opposing parties, civil society groups, and independent experts. This helps to ensure that the decision to remove a leader is grounded in the interests of the broader society rather than the interests of a particular group or fraction. Ultimately, the removal of a political elected official is a serious decision that should not be taken lightly. It requires a careful balance of competing interests and a commitment to uphold the principles of fairness and democracy. Only through such a process can we ensure that the will of the people is respected, that the foundations of our democracy remain strong. Commissioner Smith, I wrote that. Commissioner Smith mentioned that there were 30 individuals who spoke today. We have over 47,000 residents. And the burden and responsibility of leadership is huge. And many of us, all of us know that. And that's why very few people run for office. And I think that when we spent the last 4 hours talking about a serious issue, we still have to remain resident-centric. And so the question remains, can a leader be objective? And hindsight is always 20/20. There have been many legal opinions, and even when lawyers say it's your decision, it's an interesting fact, because as leaders, no one wants to be in this seat making this decision. So my question to this commission is, can this commission reset? Can we move forward? Can we be fair? I attended the swearing-in ceremony, and there were statements made that we have our city back. And as someone that went through elementary to high school here, I consider this my city as well. And I know there's been a difference of opinions, especially as a millennial leader, how people should lead, how people should represent themselves and their city. When we all ran for office, our faces were all over the city. So when we talk about self-promotion, we all had our faces on billboards throughout this entire city. And this commission now has had a spirit of vengeance, of oppression and retaliation. So the question is, can we turn the page? Can we turn the page? Even to the individuals right now who may disagree, look within yourself and ask, can the page be turned? Regardless of what vote is taken tonight, can we move forward in unity? And there is going to be public perception. So when we talk about leadership, we are talking about it from a humanitarian point of view, meaning you lead from your life experience. And in that, you make decisions. You add the law to that, but you make decisions based on your life's experiences. So I'd like to publicly apologize for our collective behavior and ask.
Apologize for me.
Well, no one is perfect. That's the question. If you have perfection, let you raise your hand. No one is perfect. As leaders, we make tough decisions. Not all those decisions are right, but no one is perfect. That's a true fact. If you have perfection, raise your hand and stand. So I would like to call for a vote so that we can actually continue the city business. If a vote is needed, let's vote. because we spent the last 4 hours talking about this issue, and I respectfully would like for us to move forward with a vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith, and then.
Thank you. You know, I just want to address two important points. With all respect, you didn't run this last election, so your face was all over the city, but not on the basis of an election. I just want to make that mention. Not that you shouldn't be, not that it's a bad thing.
Right.
I'm just saying that I ran for an election, so my face is on my truck.
Well, different cities run differently, Commissioner Smith, and I'm not. You guys have, as a commission, we as a commission have decided not to allow faces or names on any flyers moving forward, right? So I'm okay with that. I'm perfectly fine with that. If you look at different cities, some cities choose to have elected officials who lead initiatives. I'm a creative. I'm a millennial. I have ideas. I know to some people it feels like personal promotion. But it's not that to me. It's a different perception. If you don't want my picture or name on a flyer, that's perfectly fine. I think this commission has decided to do that. So I think we should stay present in our notions. You guys have agreed that we don't have personal initiatives anymore. That's okay with me as well. That's fine.
Okay, I'm going to get back to the issue we're here for.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you. I made the remark only because it was made as a part of this, and it's not a part of this. I want to get back to something very pertinent that I feel is important. That it was told tonight that the commissioner came to the March meeting, and you allowed it. The commissioner came to the March meeting because he was ordered by the court to come to the March meeting. And why, if you allowed him to come to a meeting, why does it not count then that how do you go back? Well, you know why we didn't have a hearing before? We didn't have a commission to set the hearing. There was no commission until the court ordered them that night. And so therefore, the whole thing, all of this whole 4 hours, as my fellow commissioner says, is just a whole sadness of our city.
Now we can move forward.
A sadness, I think I have the floor for just a second.
Sorry, Commissioner.
I think I do, because the sadness, you know, the problem is, and when 30 people spoke, and there's 45,000 residents, and, you know, maybe 12,000 vote. But out of the 30 that took the time, 2/3 of them came up to say it needs to be vacated. 2/3, if this was a standard representative of our city, with all dimensions, everything, 2/3 came up and said, no, the seat is vacant. So if that's what we're listening to our public, if I'm listening to the public, that's what the public is saying. The only thing I want to make it very clear in reference to what we need to do is we need to have 7 people at a commission meeting if this is a 7-person city. Not 5, not 6, not 9. It's 7 people. So I don't think we've had 7 people except for maybe 10 minutes and the March meeting that was demanded by the courts.
We didn't have 7, we had 6.
We only had 6? I mean, here's the bottom line to that. The bottom line is, if you have to have a commission that's the court ordering you to go, none of us, any court that orders you to go to your meeting and do your job and take care of the public, you don't belong there. You don't belong there. Doesn't matter what the issue is, days or not days. If the court issues you that you have to go to work, I'm trying to be very open and really see your side of 100%. But the charter gave us the roadmap. It said it very clear. The charter told us what to do. We don't even have to decide ourselves. The charter said. And so with that, the charter is telling you that 7 people need to be up here to work. That's what the charter says. And I thank you for allowing me to speak, Mr. Mayor, because I want to make sure that when they say, when the saying was that there was a meeting that was attended, it was only attended because the court ordered them to attend, and even when the court ordered them to attend, they're not here. So I just can tell you, it's not an easy decision. With that, I agree with my colleague. It is not and if anybody out there thinks this is vindictive or this is anything to do with the past 2 years or the past history at all, you know what? You have another thought coming. This is based strictly on what we know now, what's being presented to us, and what the facts are. And I thank both my attorney and my clerk for just putting on record what the facts are, and then we'll go from there. And I thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Smucker, and then we're going to land the plane, so.
Okay, so first of all, Commissioner Smith, the meeting that they were all here at City Hall was January 17th of this year. Commissioner Jean attended the CRA meeting and then left and did not attend the commission meeting. And I personally saw Commissioner Flormont on the 4th floor, and that I went up to when I went to use the restroom, and I was told by someone that they had seen Michael Joseph on there. Also, another point that I want to make once again, that Franz Pierre attended by phone. Michael Joseph could have attended today on Zoom, just like I attempted to attend in May of last year, but the commission meeting was canceled. Okay, vendetta, no. I don't have any vendetta against Michael Joseph. Objective, yes. I am objective, and everybody that knows me knows that I am. Retaliation, that's what Commissioner Joseph, Commissioner Flormont, and Commissioner Jean did when the elections did not go the way that they wanted it to go and decided not to attend the meetings. Vengeance is what was done to Commissioner Kramer by censuring her, making her life miserable as a commissioner, and not including her with the ARP money distribution, not even telling her about it ever. Moving forward, yes, we should have been moving forward. On Election Day, there was a new commission, and we all should have moved forward and just grin and bared that the people that you wanted to win, and I'm talking about Commissioner Flormont, I'm talking about Commissioner Joseph, and I'm Commissioner Jean. You didn't want certain people.
Speak for me.
Well, you spoke for me, so
Okay, guys, come on.
I don't want to go back and forth with you, but I have not spoken your name respectfully.
Okay.
Please, I have not spoken your name.
I'll remove your name because, but moving forward is when certain commissioners should have been here since the December meeting, January meeting, February meeting, March meeting, decided not to move this city forward, decided to go back and waste 5 months of the employees' time, the commissioners' time, the developers' times, the police department's times. For 5 months, this city was on hold. So don't tell me I should move forward when none of you who decided not to attend the meetings didn't want to move forward.
Okay.
Mayor,
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
I just want to just state something. Commissioner Smith asked me the question that I understood. She asked me how many days was it from October 18th to March 21st. So based on the calendar, yes, it has been. Yes.
That's it.
That's it. So,
Okay.
Thank you.
okay, because the attorney said something very important, that the decision is up to you. So I just want to make it clear, I only answered that question.
I wanted to know on record, from what that day, what was the last day he attended a meeting, and what was the next day he attended a meeting, and how many days are in between? That's all I want to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I'm not going to belabor the issue. Everything has been said. What I will say is that, number one, how is it possible that on the 120th day, all of a sudden, before the city plans on the 120th day to try and hold a CRA meeting. I'm not going to say try because they did it, a CRA meeting, which is just a CRA. It's not a commission meeting, which is what our charter talks about. To try and say that they attended a meeting and didn't break the 120-day rule. And only Mr. Joseph and Commissioner Florimon attended that meeting to talk about the theater, which wasn't our agenda to talk about, and apparently the staff at that time to aid and abet in making sure that there was a meeting, decided to hold a meeting on a topic that's totally irrelevant to what's going on in the city right now, to hold a CRA meeting, for them to attend, have everybody from staff there, pull away everybody from their positions. Hey, you got to come to this meeting. You got to show up. We got to talk about the theater.
It was a workshop.
Workshop. It was a workshop.
There wasn't a meeting.
Okay, so listen, that right there, if Mr. Joseph had time to make up this story and get staff to make this workshop and do all of these finaglings, he could have easily come to the December meeting, to the January meeting, to the February meeting, but no. It took a court order that I had to file through my attorneys in order to get us to be able to come here to this dais and take care of city business. Folks, we're talking about 120 consecutive days. This is my interpretation. Everybody's spoken up here. We have 120 days. The charter does not say including vacation, excluding no meetings. It does not speak to anything other than, quote, consecutive days. When you look up consecutive, it means one after another. If we have a vacation in between, it's still counted. You still have, because you're going to come back in December. You're going to come back in January. 120 consecutive days. Read the definition, just like the attorney said. Very simple. You don't need to complicate things. It's in black and white. 120 consecutive days. It does not say including, does not say excluding, does not say doctor's appointments, does not say vacations and holidays. No, nothing. So we are here to make a decision based on the oath that we took to uphold the charter. Now, if in 2 days from now a judge wants to rule differently, that's up to a judge. But this commission, as a whole, the ones that are up here right now, bear the responsibility that we took an oath to uphold, and that is to enforce the charter. So folks, that's how I'm interpreting it. It's not a great day. It's nothing nice to do. It's very unfortunate. I pray for Mr. Joseph and his family. Anybody can go through hard times. If the gentleman is sick, then he's sick, but the city's business must go on. I agree with the sentiments of my commissioners, and I'm going to leave it at that. Madam Clerk, I think we're ready to call the question.
May I have a motion and a second?
I make a motion.
Second. Go ahead.
Wait,
Mr. Attorney?
Yeah, there should be two components to the motion if you're going to make a motion that the 120 days is passed. And the second part of the motion would be in accordance with, I think it's section 4.5 of the charter.
4.2, isn't it?
Hold on, let me make sure. That's correct. Section 4.2 of the charter to schedule a special call meeting, election to take place within 90 days of today's date. And, you know, for staff to work with.
That would be the directive to the clerk's office.
To the clerk, staff to work with the Miami-Dade County Supervisor of Elections to schedule the.
I don't know that until we vote.
Assuming if not, then the alternate would be a motion that the 120 days have not passed.
So let's go ahead and take that up after the vote, and this way we can give the clerk direction either way.
So for clarity, this motion here is to say whether or not...
This motion is here, is basically
It's a seat vacant.
that the seat has been vacated and the 120 days has been exceeded.
Is that correct, Mr. Herrick?
Mr. Attorney, can you?
That will suffice.
Okay.
Okay, so I make that motion for what?
Yes. give me a
120
second.
days, yeah.
Commissioner Jean?
No.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Mayor Anthony DiFilippo?
Yes.
The motion carries 3-1.
Okay, Madam Clerk, at this time, you're directed to post that the city will have a meeting within 90 days.
An election. 60.
An election,
60
as
days.
stated by the attorney.
60 days.
Mr. Attorney, can you, it's 90 days, correct?
90.
Yes.
60.
Yes.
Not 35, more than...
It says to be held not less than 35 days nor more than 60 days after such vacancy has occurred.
There you go.
So we will work. I apologize.
Can you please read that again into the record?
So the special election required, should any vacancy occur more than 1 year prior to the next general election, the council shall have no power to fill the same. It shall be filled by a special election to fill the vacancy for the unexpired term to be held not less than 35 days nor more than 60 days after such vacancy has occurred or as soon thereafter as Miami-Dade County election procedures allow.
Okay. That's the direction we're giving the clerk.
So do we,
Is there a vote for that? or-
All in favor?
aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right. So,
Did we
Yeah.
vote correctly on this? Just want to, did we need to make a motion for that? Because
The motion should be to implement section.
I don't think we made the motion. Did we make the motion for that?
The mayor,
we'll redo it again just to be sure and clear.
Okay.
Okay? Go ahead.
I make a motion,
Chernoff, could you please leave for?
They asked me to come back.
well, okay, so,
thought you were done with that part.
No. So it's now
We're finishing the second round.
Guys,
I,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Attorney, for the record, state what we're voting on and the direction we're giving staff.
To implement section 7.7 of the city code addressing vacancies in the commission offices, commission position, and schedule a special election in accordance with that section of the code.
all right, I make that motion for what he said.
Okay, it's been motioned. Do I have a second so we can move forward?
Second.
Okay, so motion is seconded, and we'll just call the roll for the record, to be clear.
This is an election in 35 days or more, or 60?
35 to 60.
35 to 60.
Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Mayor Anthony DiFilippo?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Okay.
All right, do we have to decide that date ourselves, or is that decided by the clerk's office?
No.
Thereafter as Miami-Dade County election procedures allow.
Okay.
Okay, well, moving on to our next item.
Okay, so just for clarification, does his salary stop and his rights to enter the building on the fourth floor and everything?
Pending any court ruling to the contrary until such time, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Mr. Manager, can you have him, his access denied? Thank you.
What was it that you asked for? I'm sorry.
That his access be denied to, his access card be denied to
And benefits that he's getting?
benefits and anything.
correct, access to the.
And he does have the right to pay the premium for the insurance.
He would be treated like any other employee.
Not employee.
I'm sorry, as any other individual eligible for city insurance.
Okay.
Once that insurance is terminated or conditions exist to terminate that, eligible for what's commonly referred to as COBRA coverage.
Okay, so as far as I know, commissioners have the right to insurance for as long as they want. We're not part of COBRA.
No, COBRA applies because it's federal law.
No, I'm saying we could have it for 20 years, as long as we want. That's what I was told today by HR.
We informed the court, and we informed Mr. Eichenblatt that we would make sure that was
Okay.
the case. Whatever applies.
Whatever applies, but he has insurance. No one has to worry that he doesn't have insurance.
Okay. All right, let's move on.
Just real quick, Mr. Mayor, I would like somebody to, when he feels better, to accompany him to his office to get out his personal things, of course. Thank you.
The manager can coordinate that.
All right. Moving on down, we have item number 7, which leads us into the rest of our agenda, is public comment. This is general public comment. Anybody wishing to speak can step up at this time. This is not a comment about the hearing we just had. This is a comment about the consent agenda and any item on the agenda. If you wish to speak at this time, anything you wish to say, you can come up.
Good evening, everyone. Quorum, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Mr. Mayor, Mubarak Azan.
Thank you, Mubarak.
Just one thing I want to say is when the consent agenda was read just now, nothing was read into the record. I'd like that to be read into the record so that we have it clear. I think you did pass the consent agenda.
No, not yet. We
Oh, you
haven't.
didn't?
No, that was, let the record reflect that I believe that the mayor misspoke and called consent agenda, when actually the vote was to accept the agenda.
Oh, okay. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much. It was a long night. You guys can wrap this
We
thing up
caught
in the
that.
next
We-
30.
City Attorney, I released staff because I took that as the consent agenda was approved. My bad, but I don't have the staff here for consent.
If something gets pulled.
So I can speak to it because I'm familiar with the item, so.
He did say consent. You did it right.
I just saw
Nothing was
here
pulled.
consent agenda on my thing, so that's why I read it on my.
We were very happy. I did motion. That's what they asked for.
Yeah, he did say it. He did say it.
All right, so if I can have everybody, so we can continue. Okay, public comment. Anybody wishing to speak at this time, public comment is open, so we can continue.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Your name for the record?
Nancy Donahue, Library Advocate, 1601 Northeast 164th Street. As a member of the Friends of the North Miami Beach Public Library, I really appreciate and I'm honored by the recognition by the North Miami Beach Commission on the Status of Women. I am reminded that the valuable contribution that women make to this community is further enhanced by the very existence of the North Miami Beach Public Library, the sparkling gem of this city. The purpose of the Library Friends is to support the library's many programs and to mitigate some of its challenges, including a staff shortage and not enough hours to serve the public and to meet demand. The library's continued presence and vitality touch the lives of the people of this community that include all ages and cultural backgrounds. Some of the people who were here earlier were from the North Miami as members of the Friends of the North Miami Public Library, as a show of support for organizations like Friends of the Library of every city, because libraries are the underpinning of any thriving community and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other speaker wishing to speak at this time? Representative?
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment. I acknowledged earlier Haitian American Heritage Month and Jewish State Representative Dottie Joseph again. I acknowledge Haitian American Heritage Month and Jewish American Heritage Month. Earlier, we had acknowledged Asian American Pacific Heritage Month. In doing so, the point was to talk about unity in the community. I think some people approached me during the break, and some people, even from the dais, commented about how they took the comments. And I would just encourage people to go back and listen to the comments, because there were no allegations about some of the things that were said. I'm very clear. The city of North Miami Beach and all of Miami-Dade County is one of the most diverse that we have in the entire state. And we do better when we all get along.
Yes, ma'am.
The point of that is not to accuse one group or another of anything in relation to this vote or another vote. But I think just the very fact that it touched a nerve identifies some of where this city has been over the past couple of years. And that should be acknowledged as well. Some people came and told me that they were offended that I was called by my first name as opposed to my official title. And I tried to explain to them that I know a lot of you all on a first name basis, and that perhaps is why I was referred to that way, and not to be offended by it. So I'm just putting that out there as well.
Representative, because.
No, not you. No, not you. It wasn't you.
I know, but
Some other people.
everybody's got.
Listen, I'm just here trying to keep the peace because I think there's not that much peace in the city right now, in light of a lot of things that have transpired over the past couple of years, leading up to where we are right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. State Representative.
Good evening, Barbara Kramer again. I think I just want to bring up the fact that people are upset when we start throwing our culture, our race, our religion into something that it doesn't belong in. There's unity in this community. If people want to break us apart by bringing up a month that celebrates Pacific Islander, it's American, Asian American, thank you, Pacific Islander Heritage Month, and want to bring up Jewish American History Month, and want to bring up Haitian Heritage Month, talking about what's happening here with people that violated our charter and did not uphold their oath of office. I find it extremely frustrating to try to bring other things into this mix. You know, I once had a commissioner actually say to me on the dais that I shouldn't be judging her or my colleagues at the time by the color of their skin and only by their character. And the funny thing is that is how I look at people. I judge them of their character. I don't judge them by their religion and their socioeconomic upbringing and their education. But if people want to keep throwing this out there, this community is never going to heal. And so many of us are frustrated with this because this isn't how we feel. This isn't what we're thinking. And stop trying to think for us because it's insulting, it's offensive, and it's getting humiliating. Stop it. We have a great city here, and we know the difference between right and wrong, and it has nothing to do with anything but the content of your character.
It's hard for me to follow up on that. That's.
Can I say one thing to Commissioner Kramer, please?
Excuse me.
No.
You're not allowed to speak. You're interrupting everybody.
I will. I'll wait in line.
like everybody else.
That's right. I'm
Bruce,
try to be respectful.
give her my turn. It's okay.
Mr. Lamberto?
Bruce Lamberto. Commissioner John, I felt really offended when you said that our city is an oppressive city. Yeah, it was in your words, in your little speech that you made about moving forward, and everybody knows that this is an oppressive city and that we're just, yes, you did, it's on record. In fact, you heard the comments from the people that gasped when you said it. You know, you want to move forward now, you know? You didn't want to move forward a year past or 3 months ago, or now you want to move forward because you don't like the direction
How
of
do you
this.
know that?
All I know is that.
That's for sure.
Commissioner,
Yeah.
we're not going to go back and
I
forth.
don't want him to attack me the
Well,
way he is.
I'm just telling you the way.
Lamberto,
Civility's
let's
sake.
keep it respectful so that we.
I am, but I just felt offended by her words that this is an oppressive city. I don't see that. I mean, you look at the content of our makeup of our residents who spoke tonight. I'm not talking about the group that came over from North Miami who are non-residents. I'm talking about our residents that spoke, and it was a pretty cohesive bunch. All colors there was of the spectrum was in that group that spoke tonight from our residents, and that's really who we have to pay attention to. That's it. We pay the taxes here. We're stakeholders here. It's our city, and again, thank you again for your decision tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Lam.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, who's the next speaker? Go ahead, Ms. Kaplan.
I just want to say one thing in relationship to what
State your name.
Leslie Kaplan, into what Commissioner Kramer said. If she would stop,
So we weren't allowed to attack people.
We're not
I'm not attacking, okay,
we're not doing it tonight.
talking about
Your mess.
hate and unity, well, how about having a blogger who has fomented
You're,
I am going to attack a blogger who calls Commissioner Jean
listen.
a criminal.
No. Hold on. There is freedom of speech.
And I have it right now. She should not be
The
called.
microphone will be cut off at this time.
Go
You're not
right
going to come
ahead,
in.
and
You're
I
not going to
will-
come in and do this at a meeting
I
anymore.
will call the Ethics Commission.
You can do what you want.
That I have, my civil rights are violated.
Yes, you do.
By you, Mayor.
Mr. Officer?
And I want to say something about,
Practice what you preach.
Hold on, everyone, excuse me.
City Attorney,
Excuse me, ma'am.
I want to just speak
Okay,
what they do.
listen.
Mr. Attorney?
The Robert's Rules of Order and your code appoints me as the parliamentarian, okay? The Robert's Rules of Order also has, as well as your code and your resolutions specify that all the speakers are supposed to treat each other with civility and not make this, identify individuals by name. That's already happened this evening. And I find myself compelled as your parliamentarian to remind everyone.
Okay, thanks.
Civility means no personal attacks, no names of individuals. Factual representations are appropriate, but editorializing is not.
So we're not going
We'll all
to do
get
that.
better, we'll all be better, and we'll get through this meeting quicker if we stick to the issues and we leave the personalities and the editorializing at the door.
Thank you for clearing that up.
just want to say that if you want peace in this community, and everybody's talking about it here tonight, going forward, well, when commissioners are defamed on social media, okay,
Let her finish. Just finish, please.
what do you want to say to me, Commissioner?
I said none, that I'm aware of, none of us up here have defamed any commissioners on social media.
Did I say that?
That's what you're saying, when commissioners are defamed. If you're talking.
Did I say that you defamed anyone on social media?
Mayor,
I did not.
I'm going to continue the clock because, just to
Please.
avoid the back and forth.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to
Everybody's been warned.
support Commissioner Jean here tonight because I saw over the last 2 years, and they're still defaming her on social media. And it's wrong. It's wrong. And they're all friends with this personal blogger. And Nobody says anything. Nobody tries to stop it. And to call my friend and this wonderful commissioner a criminal is disgusting.
No one here has called her a criminal.
Did I say they did?
Then I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking about,
We don't do that. Yeah, I just don't know what she's talking.
Then let's just be quiet and let her finish.
you don't know what I'm talking about, because you darn know well what I'm talking about. Oh, yes, you do. And you know who it is, and you're probably getting notes from her as you're reading from your telephone.
I'm not.
That's probably the truth. Don't be,
Are you, is
she's
that-
talking to me, so I'm saying, I think she's defensive.
Commissioner, please, let's just move on.
She's being defensive towards
Okay.
calling out and saying, I've never done that. I never accused her of anything. Did anybody hear me accuse Commissioner Smuckler? What she did was rip off everybody's name card. That she did. That I'd accuse you of.
You can't,
I just came up to support Commissioner John
thank you.
and how disgraceful it is, and that people are friendly with this blogger, and they sit right here on the dais. Thank you.
Next speaker.
I am Mara, and I live in this beautiful city. First, I would like to say thank you to the Mayor, Anthony DeFilippo, and the Chief of Police and the Chief Deputy for fixing the problem around my neighborhood. The speeding is less now, but I make a suggestion about changing the dummy car once in a while, because hey, people already know and they start to speed again. So after that, my observation is, and something I would like to ask, to answer to the lady, is that I was the one that went over there and I said, you don't know the problems in our city, and we are not racist. We love everybody. My friends, my neighbor, I don't even like to name colors, because when you say black, white, red, yellow, then you are looking at colors. I don't look at colors. I look at how people are. And yes, it's a little sore spot when people from other city comes here to give opinions and think they know what is going on. Go to your city and fix your problems, and then I will respect you. So anyways, with that say, thank you very much, Mayor. You finally took some action, things that you have been done a long time ago. You guys are doing it tonight. So 100% support of this city. More, almost 90% agree with what you, all of you, just have done now. Okay? So take it as you want to take it. And I leave it at that.
Good morning, Keith Myers, resident. I'm going to be brief. I just want to thank the commission and the committees that helped organize the luau last week. As someone who is actually Hawaiian, it was great. The dancers were amazing, and it just felt great to finally be in a environment without any drama for the first time in quite a while. Something did come up earlier today that was said, and I'm not going to talk about Mr. Joseph, but Barbara Kramer an accusation was made about Barbara Kramer that involved her getting censured. An accusation that I transcribed every single commission meeting. I actually have the transcripts of every single commission meeting for the past 18 months. What was claimed was said was never said. I think the city needs to make it right and undo that unjust action. Thank you.
Next speaker. Is it? Anyone else wishing to speak at this time? Mr. Kazan, are you coming up? Okay.
Wow.
All right, public comment is closed.
Those cameras.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, okay, absolutely. Public comment.
Karen Harold, North Miami Beach resident. I just want to say, nobody should tell somebody else you shouldn't be offended. If you're offended by comments someone makes, then you ask the person, oh, I'm sorry, how were you offended? You learn, you communicate, you talk. But you don't get up here and excuse the things you did when it caused hurt, pain, or offensiveness to other people. I disrespect that. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak at this time? Okay, for the record, public comment is closed, and now we go to our announcements. Go ahead, Mr. Attorney, dive in there.
Two cleanup items. There is an inconsistency between your charter, section 4.2, which we were just discussing, and section 7.7 of your code of ordinances that was referred to. And you may recall, we were having the discussion of whether or not it's 90 days or 65 days. Well, section 4.2 of your charter does say between 35 days and 90 days, whereas section 7.7 of your code says 35 days and 65 days. As we had already discussed and we've all identified, your charter takes precedence over your code. So that is the scheduling of the special call election that you directed staff to coordinate will be in accordance with section 4.2 of your charter, which says, within no more than 35 days, no less than 35 days and no more than 90 days. So I just want to state that for the record.
I knew I wasn't crazy yet, but I know that's what I read. But
So had I. So.
So just to be right and fair and just, do we need to go back? Do we need to amend? I want to make sure this is done properly, because I don't want anything coming back to hit us. So if we got to clear the days, so we got to vote again, we'll do it. But I got to make sure.
No, I think it is sufficient to recognize that the reference to section 7.7 and the 35 and 65 days will make will obviously through this process reflect that that was a scrivener's error, an error, and that it actually we will do that in accordance with section 4.2 of your city charter, which takes precedence over section 7.7. The other item that I wanted.
Could we at this time tell you to correct it so they're in coordination?
Yes, I'm assuming that you are telling us that you are agreeing that we will correct
I was
that.
going to wait for you to finish, but on that first item, the direction is to clear that up and make it right.
Okay. The second item is that.
Hold on. I'm only one. Commissioner, you guys were here. We got to do this right. Does anybody disagree?
I want to just, I'd like to ask the clerk, because she's the one going to run to, does she have to get in touch with the county? Is it a whole big thing? And we're going to.
First, do we agree that we, with the 90 days, that they're making an adjustment from the 60 to the 90? Then you can.
Oh, it's going to be 90, not 60.
Correct.
Oh, no, I agree. I agree.
That he was reading it correctly into the record. Okay, so we're good.
Wait a minute, do you have to ask the other two?
Commissioner Jean, you were there.
Voting, or are we just?
You just do.
That's fine.
Yeah, there was a change in the verbiage that was inconsistent. I want to make sure all of us had the opportunity to opine. Okay? All right, go ahead.
The other item is that in speaking with Commissioner Jean before the meeting, and then she reminded me that we kind of, I don't want to say jumped the gun, but she had asked of me, and also I shared with the city manager her desire to have an explanation regarding item 9.8 on consent.
Then you have to pull it.
Correct. Well, we approved the agenda, so we had that discussion.
We approved
the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, and she had wanted to pull item 9.8. And so it's the extension.
10.8.
I'm sorry.
Is it 10.8? You got the old agenda?
Oh, I have the old agenda. I'm sorry. 10.8, which is the extension of the agreement with the lobbyist for the annexation.
I mean, if I may speak, so my only concern about that is that they were here and they left.
I can explain. I mean, unless it's a very technical. They did not have a presentation, but they were both here. I don't want them to be discounted because they left, because I said it was approved and move on. But I'm here to answer questions if they're very specific or technical. I do have some additional backup that I can share with you. But they're not here to give a full presentation.
So do we want to go ahead and hear that item, or?
Yeah, well, yes, before we vote on the consent agenda item is to take out and remove 10.8 and.
Did we vote on the consent or we did
Yes,
not?
we voted on the consent.
No, you have not voted on it because we didn't read the.
No, on the agenda.
On the agenda.
The agenda.
So before we vote on the consent is to pull item 10.8 for discussion purposes, and I'll read all the other items into the.
Are you making that motion?
Yes, I am making the motion.
I'm going to second it.
Okay, motion is seconded. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it's been.
With your approval, then I'll read the other items.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
So where are we moving it to?
Oh, I'm sorry. You all have announcements.
No, but I'm saying
Jump the gun.
what item is 10.8, what item is going to be moved to?
Well, we're moving it, and it's going to be item on our legislation, 12.7, Madam Clerk? 12.7.
It's item next week.
12.6 was pulled. Okay. Okay, so we'll make this 12.6.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Commissioner.
may I have a point of personal privilege prior to going into announcements? I know that can be a little lengthy.
Is it a reference to this item we're speaking, 12.6 right now?
No, it's a point of personal privilege.
Okay, let me finish this item, and then we'll give you that point of privilege. So it's item 10.6 for everybody paying attention that was pulled.
Moving 10.8 to 12.6.
10.8 to 12.6. Okay, all right. Okay, so motion is seconded, and we all agreed on it. Go ahead, you asked for a point of privilege.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Although I wasn't on the dais because of what was told to me by the city attorney regarding this item about Commissioner Joseph, I did pay attention on the television screen as to what was going on and some of the things that were being said. I think that regardless of whatever decision was made by the commissioners present here, that at least I wanted to take the opportunity to address some things and also to make some things clear from my seat. Number one, as it relates to the election that happened in November, I understand how elections work. It's not always that your candidate or the person you support wins. I took the opportunity after the election to reach out to all colleagues of mine who had won by phone. I specifically had lunch since I did not know Commissioner Chernoff that well. We went out to lunch and we sat for a couple of hours and talked about moving our city forward. I was not able to attend the swearing in, but did send a video, and everything and that I said in that video, my statements were true. And that was my will to really move this city forward. I took the time also, like I said, to speak with each individual commissioner that won, including Commissioner Smuckler and Smith. As it relates to my not attending the meetings in question and the city manager and the city attorney, I want to make it clear that the city manager and the city attorney, per my conversations, were ready to move on. They understand politics just like everyone else. Unfortunately, as a result of what I felt was a very important issue, their tenure here extended well beyond probably even their own intentions, or well beyond what they thought it would have been. I believe that the mayor's residency issue was an issue of relevance and concern and of the charter. And although we may have at certain points not always erred on the side of what was 100% correct, or may have been able to do better in previous opportunities, this issue was an issue that I felt was important and critical to any elected official being in office, is residing in the city. So I did bring that issue up at the first opportunity for this commission to discuss it, per the request of then Vice Mayor Joseph, and even to the agreement of Commissioner Chernoff, and an email from our city clerk. The proper processes were followed to try to have a special meeting to discuss, similar to the meeting that you guys had today. That did not take place. That meeting never took place. No one was ever heard, no evidence or rebuttal. None of that ever happened concerning the mayor's issue. And whether or not eventually he would be determined to be a resident or not is not the point of this statement. The point of this statement is to say that there was an effort to have that discussion. When that effort was not met with a positive reaction, or it didn't occur, I felt that it was necessary to exercise my right to protest. My attorney did not tell me not to come to meetings. My city manager did not tell me not to come to meetings. In fact, it was just based on opinions that we received that I made my decision not to show up, and made my decisions not to participate. It wasn't to protect anyone's job. It wasn't to say that I didn't agree with elections. It was because I felt that we needed to have a discussion on this issue, and it was not happening. Now, some people can say that that wasn't the best way to do it. Everyone has that right. In hindsight, some people may say there's a different process. Perhaps there was. But at that time, that's what occurred. If that offended anyone and made people think that the city business was not important, that was not the intent, because for me, it was a foundational issue about our city. But if that did offend anyone, then, as someone said earlier, offense is not about what you thought you were doing. It's about the receiving end of the offense. And for that, I will apologize. But I am not apologizing for the fact that I was standing on what I believe was right. Now, moving forward, what I'm seeing that continues to be divisiveness, I would hope we can start to move forward. I will hope that no matter what happens with Commissioner Joseph, and my hope is, of course, that he be given due process in the court of law. But I would hope that our city can really try to turn over a new leaf. And as even the judge said last week, to move forward and let bygones be bygones, because we have work to do. And I believe that this is really seeping into the fabric of who we are as a city. And believe it or not, whether or not we want to hear the comments about race, whether or not we want to hear the comments about prejudice, whether or not we want to hear the comments about bias, whatever we do up here to a certain degree is seeping into our community. And I hear the conversations, I talk to the people, and these things are starting to happen. People are seeing these things from a particular prism. And I believe it is our responsibility here first to try to work together so that we can start to change that narrative. It's not about what makes us sleep at night. It's not about us saying, well, this is not happening here and we can go to bed at night. It's about taking into account those residents, some of them, many of them who are not here, that may not show up to commission meetings, but vote. I know over 70% of them voted for me. I know over 60-something% voted for the mayor. I know over 60-something% voted for Commissioner Joseph. But not 14,000 or 10,000 people show up to our commission meetings, maybe 10, maybe 20. But those conversations are happening, and it's up to us to make sure that we can change that around. So tonight, I'm just putting that on the record. And as far as the city attorney, Mr. Ottenot, is concerned, I know there's been a lot said about him. He put himself out there only because I believe he felt he was doing his job. But he did not ask to stay here. I can personally tell you that he knew that he was on his way out and was comfortable with that. Mr. Ottenot, I apologize because not coming to these meetings put you in a position where you had to extend your stay here and put your reputation and the reputation of your firm on the line because of what you thought you were doing, which was your job. You did it until the last day when you resigned, but the damage, some of it was already done. As far as opinions, Mr. Ottenot didn't tell me to stay, Commissioner, not to show up, Commissioner Smith, because I know your question.
I didn't make that up.
No, I
It's
know.
on record somewhere.
No, I'm not saying you made it up or didn't make it up. What I'm saying to you is, just to respond to your statement. I know. Just to respond to your statement, all I'm saying to you is, as you stated that he advised some people but didn't advise some others. He advised me on the questions that I asked in the email that I sent related to residency, votes, etc. And I made my decision from there. So either way, hopefully we can move forward. Hopefully there's some answers that were made here. Mr. Mayor, I know I brought up your issue, but only so I can make my statement. You're here. I'm ready to work together. I'm ready to move forward, and hopefully we can do so. Thank you so much.
By the way, I have a new daughter, and I may need a babysitter.
What?
So
Phyllis will do it.
What, are you taking it away from me?
I have a beautiful little dog who's now living with me and keeping me company. And I'll be bringing. Yeah, she's beautiful.
Oh, you want my dog to play with your dog?
Her name is Daisy.
Oh, okay.
Whenever you want to come over to my apartment at 3601, my residency where I've been, and come and share a cup of tea or a nice cold cup of Coca-Cola or water, whatever you want. Bring your dog and let them play together.
Well, Jaritos is better. Maybe Jaritos.
You got it. Thank you, Commissioner. Catch you.
All right. God bless you, man. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Announcements, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'll just quickly run through the announcements of the citywide events. First, Thursday, May 18th, is the Senior Luncheon Cafe Chai from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the McDonald Center. This Thursday, Senior Luncheon. Also, May 18th is Haitian Flag Day. The library will be hosting a little event at 6 p.m. Friday, May 19th is another Senior Luncheon from 11 to 2 p.m.
I'm confused.
Me too.
Why are there two a day apart?
Not sure.
The senior program? The Cafe Chai is the one with Rabbi Smith, with the,
That's the small one.
right, with the Jewish
The-
seniors.
Yeah, they come and
The
they,
kosher
in the Yes Center. I mean, yeah. They have the kosher meals they bring.
And that's yours, Commissioner Smith?
No, Rabbi Smith uses the Yes Center,
The McDonald's Center, I'm sorry.
well, the McDonald Center.
But that has nothing to do with.
No.
your-
No, I think my senior luncheon's on Friday. It's always been on Friday.
Yeah, Friday the 19th. Well, Friday the 19th is what I have from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. We can double check that and make any corrections if we need to.
Thank you, and that's unusual. Usually it's the last Friday, but for some reason it's the third Friday.
I'll look into it and I'll let you know. Monday, the 22nd, is Jewish American Heritage Story Time at the library. That's going to be at 6 p.m. Wednesday, May 24th, Parks and Rec After School Spelling Bee from 3:30 to 5:30 at the Julius Littman Theater. The same day, May 24th, is the Small Business Workshop, a CRA event. It's the Intro to Small Business Finance 101. That'll be from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. at the McDonald Center. Thursday, May 25th, as a farm share event from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Victory Pool. May 25th, Florida League of Mayors event from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. at the McDonald Center. What's that? What date? The 25th, May 25th, from 5 to 10 p.m.
It's for mayors.
The Mayors, Florida League of Mayors event.
But it's only for mayors.
Okay, so the Florida League of Cities reached out to me as the Vice President of the League of Cities and asked me to coordinate with all the 34 mayors in Miami-Dade County, all the cities, towns, and villages. So I've been working together, and thank God I have a great assistant, Nel Sharabani, who has reached out to all the mayors, and we have, I think it's about 10 or 12 that have confirmed that they're showing up out of the 34 in Miami-Dade County. So the Florida League of Cities is having a dinner for the mayors in Miami-Dade County where they want to go over some of their initiatives. And with that, I will be sharing that information with the commission at that meeting and bringing it back to each and every one of you. That's the meeting that's going to be held.
Oh, and the luncheon is, the senior luncheon is Friday, May 19th.
Yeah.
Mr. Janelle?
Also on May 25th is Explore Haitian Heritage Month, an event at the library at 5:30 p.m. Sunday, May 28th is the North Miami Beach Police Department's PAL banquet from 12 p.m. to 8 p.m. At the 12 to 8 p.m.
8 hours is their banquet?
That's what was provided, yeah. No? That's not that long? Okay, well then I will make that correction and get it to you guys.
Where is it?
The Up Gymnasium.
Who's doing the bank?
And then on May 31st at 2 p.m. is the opening of the North Miami Beach Police Department's Zone 8 Resiliency Retreat Room. And that'll conclude the announcements. Hopefully you all attend.
Oh, and did you mention the Flag Day story time at the library? On Haitian Flag Day story time?
Yes, yeah, that's 5:30 on the 25th.
No, on the 18th. On Flag Day.
Yeah, I mentioned Flag Day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
6 o'clock,
yes,
okay.
yes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All the dates are straight, guys? We're good?
Memorial Day on the 29th.
What time is that fair?
Oh, I don't have that listed on here, but we do have that. So I'll make sure to get you all that,
Memorial Day is important because we have our Memorial Day ceremony.
Yes, and we're working with that.
Which I might,
So May 29th at 10 a.m. Yep.
I might add that Lenny called me from,
Corporal Howard B. Henson Park. Yep. At 10 a.m. on 29th.
so Lenny called me, he's 98 years old, and he called to make sure that they played My Buddy,
And we will.
and we will.
Good stuff.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the announcements. Do we have city commission reports or do we want to forego them and move forward?
Oh, let's do them.
City commission reports, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Florimon?
How many minutes do I have?
3.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No.
The clerk is saying 2. She's the clerk. She
No,
takes.
I thought he gave him up when he,
That's what was agreed, not my decision.
Oh, 2 minutes?
It's 2 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine too. No problem. Yeah, I just want to say that Happy Haitian Heritage Month, I believe Jewish American Heritage Month, and I don't want to make any mistakes, but I believe it is Asian American Heritage Month as well. We're Asian Pacific, yes. So Happy Heritage Month to all of these different ethnicities and cultures that really make our city a melting pot. In addition to that, I also want to say that I did participate on Saturday at the Taste of Haiti. So that was, NMB Bites, and that was pretty good to see some of our residents there. And, sorry?
It had both names,
What?
the Haitian name also. For the event.
Haitian Heritage Month and Taste of NMB Bites, yeah. Yeah, NMB Bites in celebration of Haitian Heritage Month. Maybe that's the best way to put it. So that was nice, and had a good time there. Aside from that, I just want to talk about the canal, and I had a conversation with someone the other day that North Miami Beach has the opportunity to really solve some national conversations here on a local level because of our ecosystem, and the canal is one of them. And, every certain amount of days or weeks, you get an influx of trash that is sitting there on the canal. I've been privileged to see manatees and a lot of different wildlife and different species in our canal. And I think it's about time that we start looking at how we partner with Florida Fish and Wildlife and the state of Florida to really mitigate some of this pollution that's going into our bays through the canal. And I don't know if it's netting, I don't know what points you put those nets, but I walk that canal every day and what I'm seeing is not acceptable. And if it's when it gets to our city that we can do something about it, because I know it travels through a lot of different jurisdictions, but at least when it gets here, it's like literally the only other city after that is Sunny Isles before it gets into our bay. Or actually, it gets into our bay right after North Miami Beach. So we need to be able to intercept some of that before it gets into our bay. So if we can look into that, that would be very helpful. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Jean?
Thank you so much. I wanted to thank the entire city and also those that attended the Small Business Expo, which was a great success. I did want to get an update on the FPL charging stations to find out when will they actually be activated citywide, and also an update on the Eastern Shores Pet, the stations that we also were planning to get those put in. But again, wanted to thank everyone who made the Small Business Expo a great success. And also, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, so remember to take it easy and make sure you take care of your mental health.
Commissioner Smith?
Thank you very much. First, I want to thank our new city manager, Mario Diaz, for coming and staying, attending the meeting. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody that came tonight and participated, and those that are listening at home that didn't get to hear it, but hopefully they'll somehow figure out a way to take it from one of our stations we have and put it on the television so that they can hear it and see the meeting. I also want to thank all the dignitaries that came from North Miami, from the state. This was a very important meeting, and I'm glad that everybody had an opportunity to come and express what they felt was the best thing. And I thank also that we did have council here so that we could hear everything. I just want to say two things that I think are important. One is, I was also at the small business. I also ran by the Taste of Haiti, or whatever, it had two different names. Thank you to the vendors. If the vendors don't come and participate, there's really nothing much for you to enjoy. Maybe we hire somebody for 15 minutes and hire somebody else for 10, but really the vendors help to make everything a success. I want to thank them for participating. And I want to tell you that we are starting the budget process. So all those people that call me up and say, we need to get a playground in my neighborhood, you need to do something about the streets and fixing the potholes, you need to, all those things, please send emails, send texts, call us on the phone. We are starting the budget process. And so, you get to participate through your commissioners. So feel free to call us and contact us. And with that, I say, I think today may be a day where we're moving forward, and I hope from my mouth to God's ears we are. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Smuggler?
So Commissioner Smith, you are correct that you did hear, it was Michael Joseph who said, on TV that he did not attend the meetings on the advice of the city attorney. So you did hear it, it was on the news, and I'm sure if you Google, you can find it. Also, I want to thank Parks and Rec and Public Affairs for a beautiful Mother's Day brunch hosted by the Commission on the Status of Women. Thank you, Commissioner Chernoff and Commissioner Smith for being there. And to remind everybody that next week, Thursday, is our farm share event that is being done by the commission, the mayor and commissioner of the city of North Miami Beach. So that means that you all get to volunteer. And have a beautiful day. A beautiful evening, because it's a beautiful morning, because it's already almost midnight, which we need to start voting about extending past midnight or not. Thank you.
We voted not to do it, but.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did. Not tonight, but we voted we were not.
Oh, okay. All right. That's it.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Good evening, everybody. Commissioner Jean, it's nice to have you back. I'd like to thank the police for a beautiful police memorial that they held on May 5th. I'd like to thank all of our Parks Rec, our police, everybody who showed up at all the events we've had at the amphitheater. And I would make a recommendation to all of us that we use that facility a lot more. It's an unbelievable facility, and we need to, have just more events there. I've gone to probably 3 or 4 of them, the Haitian one, the luau one, and they all were beautiful, but we need to have them together, I think, and try to, do a unified kind of, it can handle it.
Get more people.
Yeah, it can handle it. And I want to thank everybody for coming out tonight, and thank my colleagues. Thank you.
Okay, I have 2 colleagues that forgot to mention something, so you got 15 seconds.
Okay. I also want to thank the Multicultural Committee and Commissioner Kramer for helping with the Magical History Tour. And it is something, have any of you been on the Magical History Tour?
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Yes. Commissioner Jean? Commissioner Formand?
Yes, I've been.
Okay, so Commissioner Jean and Commissioner Chernoff, you're on the VIP list for the next time we do it, automatically. So, all right, thank you.
I just want to mention this week, because now we've got a full calendar, that our librarian will be in Daytona collecting her award as librarian of the state. And I'm very excited. It's this coming Thursday, and I'm very happy for her. And
Is she here?
And our Miss Young Haitian is now in California, and we wish her the best to be, I think it's for the United States to win the award, and we thank you very much. It's the 21st.
Mayor Anthony DiFilippo.
So I'll begin by wishing some of my fellow colleagues here a happy birthday. Jay, I know your birthday was a while back.
April 1st.
April 1st. Well, so I forget how many times we don't meet or we meet, so in case it passed. I know Commissioner Smuckler, she just turned 21 2 weeks ago, so.
I can finally drink.
And, I truly want to thank our police department for keeping our city safe and secure. We know negotiations are coming up. We hear you. And I can tell you from this seat, I'm going to do everything possible to make sure that we make this department whole and make sure that the morale and the incentives for our police officers are sky high and nothing less. Folks, it's a very hard job to do. We're living in a whole different world that we ever even imagined 2, 3, 4, 5 years ago. It just changes rapidly. And these men and women who put their lives on the day, not knowing if they're going to come home, serve and protect our community with dignity and respect. And for that, we're forever grateful. Thank you to our police department. To everybody in Public Works that's out there cleaning our community and making it safe and livable. We thank you and echo the sentiments of my commissioner in making sure that Snake Creek Canal gets the attention it deserves. We used to have a company that used to come in and clean the canal, and I think we tried to save some money and leave it to the county. I think we should go back with the vendor we had. They were doing a fabulous job. I'll talk to staff more about that, but I was on that all the time, Commissioner Florimon, so I agree with you. And you want to say something else?
Sorry, I misspoke. It wasn't Commissioner, it wasn't Michael Joseph who said it on the news. It was Commissioner
Okay,
Florimon.
all right.
Sorry.
So guys, listen.
Are we going to keep correcting the record? Because I was clear as to what I said.
Listen, this
I said,
is-
on the advice of my lawyer, dealing with a particular issue, I've decided not to attend the meeting.
And
Okay.
Waste Management District regulates,
So I just want to make it clear again. Thank you so much.
Waste
So-
Management District regulates the canal, so just so you'll know.
So listen, I'm going to say this, and I truly mean it from the bottom of my heart. I truly hope that everybody can leave this dais today saying that we're going to make, from today forward, North Miami Beach a better place, that we are going to be a cohesive mayor and commission, but not just to say it and do it. If we walk away from this dais today and we continue to throw rocks at each other and we continue to say things against each other and challenge each other on things that are in the past, we are never going to progress and move forward. So if we say we're going to do it, I hope we do it. I hope we do it because you know what? We need a lot of healing. And we need a lot of prayer. And if we truly believe in Almighty God, then let's pray and let's do the right thing and not just say it. And I'm including myself in this. This because it takes a team. And this is the team right here. You know, we're healing. We got to start healing. And I've heard the sentiments of everybody. And at the end of the day, we all need to work together. Doesn't mean we're going to always agree on everything, but we need to agree to come up here and treat everybody with dignity and respect and move the city agenda's work forward. That needs to happen here. We need to heal. And that's what I pray for, and that's what I ask for. Thank you very much, and have a great evening. We have our consent agenda. Mr. Manager, how do you want
Move
to
to
do this?
adopt, Mr. Mayor.
Second. So we have a motion and a second for the consent agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh, you need to read it into the record. Thank you. It's already getting 12 o'clock.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Item 10.1, the regular commission meetings of April 18th, 2023. 10.2, regular commission meetings of April 27th, 2023. Item 10.3, resolution number R2 2023-37, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing an increase in the expenditure with Greenfields Outdoor Fitness, Inc. for the purchase of outdoor fitness equipment along Snake Creek Canal, authorizing city manager designee to increase the expenditure of $258,300 and providing an effective date. Item 10.4, resolution number R 2023-38, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager designee to accept one grant award from the Children's Trust of Miami-Dade County, the Children's Trust, in an estimated amount of $580,000, and authorizing the city manager designee to negotiate and
Mr.
execute.
Attorney, I'm missing one. I'm missing commissioners. We don't have enough.
Sorry, had my head down.
I'm sorry. That's why I'm making sure because my commissioner just warned me here. There we go. Sorry. Thank you, Commissioner. Okay. Go ahead. Proceed, Mr. Attorney.
Resolution number R 2023-38, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager designee to accept one grant award from the Children's Trust Miami-Dade County, the Children's Trust, in an estimated amount of $580,000, and authorizing the city manager designee to negotiate and execute an agreement and to do all things necessary in furtherance accepting of the grant funds, and authorizing the city manager designee to enter into any future renewals and accept any and all future grant funds pursuant to those renewals and providing for an effective date. Item number 10.5, resolution number R 2023-39, entitled A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing an increase in annual expenditure with the Butler Group of South Florida LLC, doing business as Next Staff for School Crossing Guard Services, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution and providing for an effective date. Item 10.6.
Been pulled.
I'm sorry, that's correct.
10.8.
10.8 is pulled.
Okay, 10.6 came up to him.
Move to 12.6. 10.6, resolution number R 2023-40, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing an increase in expenditure with Bartow Ford for the purchase of 7 duty fleet vehicles, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution and providing for effective date. Item 10.7, resolution number R 2023-41, entitled Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing an increase in an annual expenditure with Census Corporation Number 2 for automated external defibrillators, AED equipment, first aid supplies, maintenance and training, and authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution and providing for an effective date.
Move to adopt, Mr. Mayor.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, sounds good. You got a passed a consent agenda. And now we'll move on to our legislation.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Can I ask, because of the time sensitivity, and we have 2 consultants here, that if we take item 12.3, 12.4, and 12.5 together, we might be able to get them, since they've had the full, the presentation, we can knock those 3 out on, if it's,
I'm good with it if it's the will of the commission.
I'm good.
and they are time sensitive in the sense that,
Understood. Thank you. Let's go ahead with item 12.3.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, this ordinance number 2023-03. It's first reading, sediment and erosion control, an ordinance entitled, an ordinance, the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach amending chapter 14 zoning and land development, article 12 environmental regulations, the code of ordinances of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, to create a new section 24-140 entitled sediment and erosion control, to establish soil erosion and sedimentation control as an ongoing priority, and shall establish soil erosion and sedimentation control fees for maintenance and repair of drainage structures, providing for conflict severability and codification, and providing for an effective date.
Need a motion to introduce?
Second.
Motion.
Okay, thank you. It's been motioned and seconded. Let's go. Public comment at this time is open.
Not in order.
Anybody wishing to speak at this time on this item? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Is there any comments or questions on the commission?
Yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner Smith.
Okay, so I was asking, and I saw it in one of these, I don't remember which one. Are they going to have a presentation?
Mayor,
You want me to?
could we read them all together?
We can read them all together, but just to understand that because they're ordinances, they need to be adopted separately by roll call vote.
And we have one presentation, Mayor, for all 3, so you'll be able to get,
So the
probably
next,
get your question answered.
your permission, the next item, there's going to be a presentation on is ordinance number 2023-04. It's on first reading. It's entitled, an ordinance, the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, amending chapter 17, streets and sidewalks of the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, to establish soil erosion and sedimentation control as an ongoing priority, and shall establish soil erosion and sedimentation control enforcement, providing for conflict severability and codification, providing for an effective date. The last item is item 12.5, ordinance number 2023-05. Again, on first reading, it's entitled, an ordinance, city mayor and city of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach amending Chapter 20 Stormwater of the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, to create a new Section 20-4 entitled Illicit Discharge and Improper Disposal, to establish methods for controlling the introduction of pollutants into the municipal separate stormwater system, MS4, to comply with the requirements of the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System, NPDES, permit process providing for conflict severability and quantification providing for an effective date.
I need a motion on those two for introduction. Okay, the motion is seconded. Is there anybody in public comment wishing to speak on these two items at this time? And I've already asked for the first item. So we have three items, 12.3, 12.4, and 12.5. Anybody wishing to speak on the items that have been read out to you at this time, please step up. Okay, public comment is closed at this time, and we will hear from staff. Hi.
Thank you for having me. So my name is Rachel Vitek. I am with RES. We are a consultant to the city assisting with the MPDS permit implementation. We've been doing this for a few years now. The main reason that we're here, like kind of mentioned already, is that the city was audited by DEP this year, and DEP, one of the things they brought up is that there are some areas in the city code that was lacking some enforcement. So what this enforcement, the purpose is essentially so that if a site, whether it's a construction site or private property, if they're discharging illegally into the city's stormwater system, that the city has the power to go in and stop this enforcement. And that could be, notifying the property, that could be going onto their site to inspect the property and making sure they're not discharging illegally to the city's property. And that could be all the way as far as with this new code language, going in and abating the issue if you're not getting compliance from the property owner. And then charging the property owner for those issues that have to be taken care of on the city's behalf. So that's kind of why we're here. It's in a couple different sections. It's required in a couple different sections of the permit. So that's kind of how it's broken out here. Having to do with post-construction, having to do with illicit discharges and connections, and then also having to do with sediment erosion control.
Vice Mayor?
Are you saying that we didn't have that before?
So a couple things have kind of transpired. Let me skip to one thing real quick, and I'll come back to that. So kind of, I just want to do a brief summary of the MPDS program, so you're aware of it. It is a brainchild of the Clean Water Act that over the years eventually got to dealing with non-point source. Your permit is actually issued to Miami-Dade County, and you are a co-permittee of that permit. So what happened is that I think the city and many cities in Miami-Dade County have been relying on the county to do that, but the county's not actually doing it for you. So that's what's kind of been coming out. So we are in cycle 4 of our permit. Each permit is about 5 years long, so you've had this permit for essentially about 20 years or so. This kind of stuff is just now coming out in this permit cycle. So DEP has been tightening up their reins this permit cycle with some new language, and then between that and then determining that the county's not doing it, that's when this kind of came out. So that's why the language now needed to be updated.
Mr. Attorney, will you be following up with us and letting us, what's your take on that, please?
Yeah.
How are we going to follow up and get that language corrected?
We will work with the consultant and with the administration to see what we can do. Frankly, I've not shared this with anybody. Most municipalities that I've worked with have adopted these ordinances or similar ordinances 10, 15 years ago when MS4 and NPDES was first adopted or promulgated by the federal government. And so we're playing catch up. We'll do that. We'll work with, as I said, consultant and staff to make sure that, things are correct between us and the county in that regard.
Yeah, and a lot of this language that's being presented, we got from DEP, so it's been examples that have been used throughout the state, throughout the county already anyways. So we didn't just kind of make it up and write the language on our own. A lot of it's been already gone through a lot of review process already.
Commissioner Smith?
Mr. Attorney, does that mean by the second reading you'll have it
can't guarantee we will attempt to do that because, sometimes dealing with the county is an exercise in,
Understand.
say futility, but that's not really the right term. Tries your patience.
But to follow up on that, Mr. Attorney, if you're not ready, then we'll skip a meeting and bring it back when you're ready, of course.
Yeah, we certainly wouldn't put something before you for adoption on second reading if we didn't feel comfortable that it was ready to be adopted. Some of the issues that were identified may be administrative that we have to deal with, but we will make sure that before it gets to you for second reading and adoption, that everything is right.
There was, in all that I read, much of it was repetitive, and I kept reading it over and over. But we definitely have programs, because like where we live, and I know it's primarily you're talking about the sewage, et cetera, but where we live, you have to build 4 feet above the mean or whatever. But the house that's 50 years old is right on the road. So I know we have that you can't build and the fall off from rain can land in the neighbor's yard and flood it. I know we have that somewhere in the books because there was somebody that complained in Eastern Shores. But I wanted to know, because I was in another state walking with a retired politician, and they said one of the very important things to keep your water underground so that it's safe is not to allow the gardeners to dump in the sewer to dump in the drainage. So I saw one place only, it said includes residential. So does that include that the gardeners have to have a bag on the back of their mowers and not allow the debris to go into the drainage?
So that language isn't directly in here. However, you are correct in that it has been found that like grass clippings, for example, are a very significant source of potential fecal coliform bacteria into the sewer system.
So should we I saw residential in here, though. I did see what they were.
So the residents are not allowed to illicitly discharge or connect. So say, for example, someone's sanitary sewer is overflowing and they just kind of stick a pipe into the city's, property. That's kind of what we're, saying they're not allowed to do. And now we can go in and tell them they're not allowed to do that, essentially.
And one of the places in here, it said that if it was illegal that before, but it changed now, then you're going to be charged. So how can we go back to people that have illegal connections that were legal whenever they built their home, but they're not legal now? How do...
So I'll have to look for that language. I don't remember seeing that, because typically, if it is
probably
a significant pollutant, that would definitely be a cause for concern. But typically, if things are, the way the regulation reads, at least, like kind of the state regulation is that if it's been grandfathered in and the connection is there, then it can stay as long as nothing changes with that connection. So say it was from a building and they're discharging a certain amount of water into the city property, then they decided to redo the building or redo their drainage system, so they'd have to get it permitted. At that point, the connection would not be allowed until it's permitted. But as long as nothing changes with that property, the connection will be grandfathered in.
You know what, I'm going to spend some more
about the
time.
mid-'80s.
The city manager was very good to me today and gave me a good half hour, but I'm going to go over that because I still, like it says, cut fill operations must be kept a minimum, and I wrote, who determines what's a minimum? I mean, some of it's still very loose.
Right.
So some of it was construction activities.
Yes.
Okay, so it's first reading, then I will spend time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, it's 11:48. Do we want to go 10, 15 minutes to finish this trifold ordinance? Or is there a motion? Did somebody want to make a motion? We're going to need the time.
I'm going to make a motion, but before I make my motion, we only have about 6 items. We're taking 2 or 3 of them together. I think we should just finish the ordinances so that we won't have to have a whole nother meeting for just 2 or 3 ordinances.
You want to go
So I
on
want to make the motion to extend our meeting to max 12:20.
12:20? Okay.
Second.
All right. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
All right, let's go continue, and we'll try and get done with it hopefully sooner than later.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
11.
Clerk, can you look up, when I was here before, I had an ordinance that said you couldn't do, blowers had to blow on their own property. Would you make sure that's still there?
Yes, I'll get back with you too.
Thank you.
Okay, please continue.
Right. So, I'm trying to think. So that was kind of again, the general kind of consensus of the program. I don't want to go through the whole presentation just in the essence of time, and especially if we haven't had like a full like attorney review yet, in case there is some language changes and things like that they need to go through. So I guess at this point, I'll just see, are there any other kind of questions that we're seeing on the language so far?
Mr. Attorney, I don't have a question in reference to the language, but what I know is when we vote for this, we're supposed to be doing this individually. So if there's no questions on the first item, which is item 12.3, then I'd like to start there so we can.
So to give it some context, and I know that the consultant representatives already says, ultimately, we've got to do this.
Okay.
These are requirements that are imposed upon on us. You know, we're at the bottom of the hill, and at the top of the hill is the federal government, and as a condition of being able to continue the operation of our MS4 permit, you know, we've got to adopt these regulations and these limitations, and the idea is to make sure that, you know, we're not allowing, and we have a system in place to stop and to discourage, discourage and if necessary stop illegal discharges into our stormwater system and into our which includes our canals, and go after people who violate those regulations. So you know, it's certainly appropriate for you all to move it forward on first reading at this point.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve 12.3, ordinance number 20-2303, first reading by title.
Second. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Only because it's first reading, yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
Mayor Anthony DiFilippo?
I would say yes on first reading.
It passes 6-0.
Okay, we move on to item 12.4. You want to continue?
Yeah. So let's see. Again, this is kind of all, it kind of all is tied in together. It's not, there's not really much of a difference.
Basically, this is what you've been explaining to us, but I
Right.
just want to make sure that I give you the
Move to
latitude.
adopt 12.4, ordinance number 20-23-04, first reading.
Second.
Okay, it's been first and seconded. Madam, a question?
No, I would like a copy of your presentation, please, in print.
absolutely.
Thank you very much.
All right, it's a roll call vote.
Public comment?
No, it's first reading by title.
Sorry. I already opened the public comment for the first one, not for the other two. Public comment, well, no, I did do the other two as well. Yes, I did.
Did all three.
Okay, so it's getting late, guys. Okay, so 12.4, we have a motion and a seconded.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
First reading, yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
Mayor DiFilippo?
Yes,
It passes 6-0.
okay. Next item is 12.5. Anything that you would like to add to that item?
Nope. Go ahead.
Okay,
Move to adopt 12.5, ordinance number 20-23-05, first reading.
Second.
okay, I have a motion by Vice Mayor, seconded by Smuckler, Commissioner Smuckler. Roll call vote. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
First reading, yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Chernoff?
Yes.
Mayor DiFilippo?
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
Okay, item 12.6 has been pulled, and so now that's item 10.8 from our consent, which is R 2023-42. Annexation Consulting Services.
We're going to do 12.1.
It's up to you whether or not we do have.
Oh, I'm sorry, 12.1, I just kept going, we forgot, so
I
let's,
mean, Mr. Manager, do you have a preference?
I'm ready to discuss both, so either one. I prefer probably the annexation one, if I probably have, or 12.1 is first reading, either one.
Second.
okay.
Annexation.
Okay, let's move forward with what we have on the table, and then we'll get 12.1. So, go ahead with,
Yes, that would
Attorney.
be
10.8.
Was 12.6 now.
resolution number R 2023-42 entitled, "A Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the increase in expenditure with Panton Government LLC for annexation consulting services, authorizing city manager or designee to expend an additional expenditure of $21,000 and to extend the agreement subject to approved budget appropriations, availability of funds, and providing for an effective date."
I need a.
Move to
motion
approve, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, second. Is there anybody wishing to speak on public comment on this item at this time? No? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring conversations up here on the dais. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, let me give you a little background. So when I was asked to reinitiate this process, which probably started many, many years ago, and got a call from, I guess, Becker, the original attorney, who said, you know, what do we want to do? We want to move this forward. So they gave me a proposal to kind of finish off the process, and they gave me a list of deliverables, which I think I included in the backup. If not, let me just go to that. And basically, what they're going to do is continue the process. They said it was pretty much at the 4-yard line, you know, right about there, and now we're just picking it up to finish off the process. That's the fee of $21,000. And also, I have some information about if you need to know the number of registered voters, the number of households, that type of thing. They were here to give a presentation, but my misunderstanding, I kind of dismissed them, saying it was already approved, not knowing it was going to be separated. So I'm here to answer some questions. If you have some specifics, I can try and address them.
When will they start if we approve this today? Because I know that this has been something that has been put on the back burner, but I know it was on our priorities of items that we wanted to do for years. So if you can excite us with that information, that would just.
Okay, so I have a list of deliverables. So basically, once we sign the agreement, we're looking at from May, this month, through June, they would meet with the district commissioner and staff to discuss the application for annexation. They would also meet with various Office of Management and Budget and at the county level. By July, they want to meet with consultant and relevant city staff to plan, design, and approve the marketing materials for the community outreach, because they're going to have to do that over again. In July, they will also begin the process of signature collection and community outreach. In August of '23, they would submit the petition signatures for verification to Miami-Dade Supervisor of Election. That's in August. Submit the application to Dade County. Also, then in September, meet with the lobby members of the Miami-Dade Planning Advisory Board to ensure that the annexation application is transmitted to the Board of County Commissioners with a favorable recommendation, and meet with the members of the Board of County Commissioners to secure the commitment. In October, October of '23, continue to lobby members of the Board of County Commissioners. November, attend the regular Board of County Commissioners meeting on the application for annexation. So they're looking at November of '23 to be at the county.
Thank you for that detailed timeline.
Oh, and I can provide you with this memorandum as well. It will be actually I asked them if it was okay, and they agreed to attach it as an exhibit to the actual agreement so that the deliverables are also in the contract, so to speak, which I think is important.
And you've shared that information with, I would assume, our incoming manager?
I don't know if we've talked about it specifically, but I know that we've talked about the annexation kicking off. But this whole agreement will be combined with the deliverables, and of course, the commission will each get a copy, as well as the new manager.
All right, any questions on this item that we would like to pose to staff?
Sure, thank you, Mr.
Go ahead, Commissioner Jean.
I think those were some of the questions that I had also as it relates to this item, the timeline and whether or not there would be community outreach so that the individuals within this area can understand what would happen as a result of them being added to the city as it relates to their water bill, et cetera. Can you speak to the point of the number of households and voters?
Yeah, so this was data that was from, I guess, before, already accumulated data. They have 2,827 registered voters in that map that you see there, and 1,220 households with registered voters. So that's some of the raw data I got. Let's see if I have something else. Yeah, that's the general information I had that I could share with you now. They had a presentation, but that's...
What was the other number? 1,220, and the other one was?
2,827 registered voters.
Got it.
And then 1,220 households.
Got it. Thank you, sir.
And so that campaign for the outreach really starts in July, and they're approving marketing materials, so that would include, information about the utilities and the differences and the benefits and that type of thing. And that would continue from July through August, with that outreach. And that's when they would be starting to collect the signatures.
To the point about the petitions, would that really make a determining factor on whether or not we move ahead with this? Or is it just to give them a courtesy as it relates to the residents?
I'm not sure how that works, but I'd imagine you have a certain number of petitions that you'd have to present to the Dade County supervisor in order to meet the requirements. So yeah, I think, it's important to do that marketing because whether things have changed perceptually or in reality with that group, then you want to make sure that you have the votes and you have the petition. So of course, yeah, that's the goal. The consultant didn't seem to think that there was an issue with it, other than we have to, kind of remarket this and get the votes and get the petitions once again.
Right, thank you.
And the signatures.
And for the record, this includes the mall, correct?
It's the map that you have there, that's my
Correct.
understanding.
I'm just reading it out loud for the people listening, whoever's up this late.
Yeah. Now, yes.
And doesn't want to go to sleep.
A commissioner may have a question about an additional area, which was also discussed with the consultant.
This is great because this really gives us control back on what's going on with that mall. It's really an eyesore, a deterrent, and that should be a landmark and a tourist destination or somewhere that we can call a place here in North Miami Beach and not that. Just my sense.
Mr. Manager, when do we get a chance to speak with them about our concerns about how to go about it?
All right, I'll tell you right now, because that's in the deliverables as well. It looks like that's early in the process, May and June. So as soon as we execute the contract, the beginning is when they will reach out to individual, members of staff as well as commission.
Thank you.
And
Commissioner
have that
Smoker, you had
discussion.
your hand up?
Yes, so just wanted to let you know that signatures from 20% of the registered voters are mandatory to move the application forward. Also, 20%. Signatures of 20% of the registered voters are mandatory
80%.
to move the application forward. Also, so when you met with the people from Becker, did they give you any indication of what happened in the last 2 years of this process?
Yes.
Can you fill me in a little bit?
Do I have to?
Yes.
Just want to make sure you got the right information, man. Everything is questionable.
Their indication was everything was moving smooth sailing. I mean, we had the right amount of petitions signed. The process was fine. And they were basically put on a pause, maybe, if that's the best word to say.
Okay, and then no one else from that you're aware of, no one else from our staff or did anything to move this forward?
I can't speak to that. I was just told that they were on a pause, and they had the open contract, and I think that's why we were able to negotiate this fee, because they realized that a lot of the work they had done had been done, so it's not like they're reinventing the wheel, so to speak, but they do have to go back and redo the petitions and restart that process.
Right, okay, thank you.
Well, I spoke to the company today, as a matter of fact, and because I'm very interested, not just to get this, I agree totally with the mayor that is, I mean, we can even include that maybe in our CRA, if we can get that shopping center and really get something special there. But then the next step, if we are successful, is again, keeping in line with what we're trying to do, is Northwest 2nd Avenue to Northeast 8th Avenue from 167th Street and the north side of 166th, to try to get that also as a part of the city so that we can have control over the code and over the business, everything. So we weren't allowed to do it a couple years ago because it was part of the petition for Biscayne Gardens, but then Biscayne Gardens was so overwhelmingly against it that now we have an opportunity, and before that opportunity changes, I would like us to really also consider that. And then my last question is, Mr. Manager, if you paid them an extra $1,000 or $2,000, could you get a guarantee that we're done and we're going to get the annexation? I've been hearing about this annexation for 15 years. I'm willing to pay an extra $1,000, just.
We appreciate all your hard work in making this happen.
Yeah, to bring it back is just, I mean, what I had heard, and maybe you can't say it, is that prior administration had literally told them, don't go forward, when it was already, all you had to do was go downtown and get the yes. So
Fantastic.
hopefully now we are going to get it.
And I do think the area you're speaking of, and and speaking with the consultant and a quick Google Earth map search, there's only literally 16 homes in that area, so it's not adding a lot of additional registered voters, because the rest is commercial.
It's commercial, but it's really for the control, actually from Northeast 6th
I understand the whole
Northeast
corridor
8th.
now becomes unified in the sense
That's
that
right.
People don't understand why is one street this way and the other side's that way, because it's a different county.
Well, and, you know, I had gone to Doral to look at the man that had actually designed the arch for Golden Beach. We could have things like an arch. We could have an entryway. That could be welcome to our city. But, yes, that's all commercial on the north side of 166th, except from 6th Avenue to 8th Avenue. So it's really not a lot of residential.
I can also share with you, with the commission, they gave me also a memorandum on all their past actions from February of '22 to current, and then they gave me the deliverables for moving forward. So they do have some things here in terms of what transpired in the past, and I could share that with the commission.
Oh, that would be, I would like that. Thank you.
Does that say anything about the consultant that was hired, other than Becker and Panton? The city had hired, I believe it was Willis Howard, to do some work for us on that.
Yeah, it may be in this memorandum. I'll share this with you.
Okay, thank you.
Was there a record that anything was accomplished with that?
Nothing was.
Well, that's what I want to know, if we accomplished anything or not.
Absolutely nothing from what I know. Thank you, we appreciate that. All right, this is a roll call. Madam Clerk, go ahead. I need, it's a resolution, but we moved it. I need a motion.
I make a motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been motioned and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're moving forward with that. Let's go ahead with our appointments.
Now we have
Which one are we missing now?
12.1.
The 12.1. Jeez, oh man. First reading on the shopping cart. Final reading.
Second.
No,
It's actually,
It's a first.
it was a mistake. It's first because, remember, I deferred it, but we changed the whole wording, so it's first reading.
Okay, so let's change final to first, which is the title. So let's correct that title for the record and for the minutes. And let's go ahead and, Mr. Attorney, if you could read item 12.1.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's item 12.1 on the agenda, ordinance number 2022-11 on first reading. It's an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance to the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach amending Chapter 9 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, to create a new section entitled Shopping Cart Regulations to establish the guidelines for the recovery of stolen or abandoned shopping carts, providing for conflict, severability, and codification, providing for an effective date."
Thank you very much. Anybody wishing to speak on this item on public comment? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, it's been first and seconded. It's roll call. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Shernoff?
Yes.
Mayor DiFilippo?
Yes.
Passes 6-0.
Thank you.
I think we had item 12.2.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, it's item 12.2 on the agenda, ordinance number 2023-02, an ordinance entitled, "An Ordinance to the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach Code by amending Chapter 14 entitled Zoning and Land Development, Article 15, Other Development Review Procedures, Section 24-172, Site Plan Review, to delete subsection K entitled Limited Administrative Authority for Site Plan Amendments, and create a new subsection 24-172.1 entitled Administrative Site Plan Processes, providing for conflict, severability, and codification, providing for an effective date.
Is there anybody wishing to speak on public comment at this time? Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Mr. Ying, if you can come up and explain to us the item as briefly as you can, and I know Commissioner Smith has a question. Hi, Commissioner.
I'd like to table this. I want to table it, Mr. Nang, because I feel like, having read it over and reread it, I feel like there's a lot of power given to one person, whether it be the manager or the department head for planning and zoning, a lot of power. And I just want to digest it. You've been gone, and thank you for coming back. I know you must be exhausted from such a long trip, but I want to spend some time with you and go over it like we should. This is really changing the scope of somebody coming in with a plan, because
Okay, we have a motion to table. Is a second?
Are we,
Hold on, we're in the middle of a motion. We got a second.
question?
This is a very important item, and it's extensive, and I think it merits setting the time aside to talk about it and not rush through it. So, Commissioner, did you want to interject something real quick so we can?
I just want to make sure we're tabling this to the next month's meeting.
To the next month's meeting, that's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to table the item. It's a roll call. Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Smuckler?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Tabling to June's meeting, yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
yes.
Vice Mayor Shernoff?
Yes.
Mayor DiFilippo?
Yes, to June's meeting.
Thank you, everybody.
6-0.
Okay, Madam Clerk, now you have your appointments. If you can go ahead and take care of them all, we can hopefully get out of here by
Are
12:20.
there copies made or no?
Make copies.
We're almost there, guys. Come on. Let's save some time.
Well, we're going to vote on this now.
Yeah.
We're going to give him, pass out the copies.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
With your permission, actually, the commission, I like to group them all together since we're,
Yes.
okay?
You're passing out the copies you made?
You mean, you're going to group, we're going to vote on all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them at the same time?
No, because my seniors came in late.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I'll start.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're going to vote on all 13 of them at the same time? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh.
All right, I'm going to begin. Item 14.1, reappointing Bruce Lamberto to the Public Utilities Commission. Item 14.2, reappointing Diana.
No.
Why don't we do this individually?
You're giving me all of them.
Yeah.
For the same person.
Yeah, and I got all from Carol.
Let's do it
All right,
from the
she
top.
didn't- She didn't group them, I'm sorry. All right, I'll separate them out. Apologize.
Okay, ready?
We're going to do this individually.
14.1, reappointing Bruce Lamberto to the Public Utilities Commission.
Okay, need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Next one.
Item 14.2, reappointing Diane Rawson to the Public Utilities Commission.
Approved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Go ahead.
Item 14.3, reappointing Larry Shinbaum to the Planning and Zoning Board.
Motion.
Approve.
Larry Thompson?
No.
Larry Schönbaum.
Oh.
Do I have a motion?
Yes.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, passes.
Thank you.
unanimously.
Item 14.4, reappointing Daniel Heisler to the Planning and Zoning Board.
Make a motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimously.
Item 14.5, reappointing Mark St. Ville to the Planning and Zoning Board.
Second.
This appointment is Commissioner Joseph's, or Mr. Joseph's? I think it was his appointment.
Oh, then
I
maybe.
don't think we should appoint somebody
Yeah.
that's his appointment.
Do I have an
Yes, so I have an,
I can make that appointment, because I think I have a planning and zoning one.
you need one, yes.
I removed my second, though.
Madam Clerk, I think you need to set the record straight, and we're voting right now on this, so this maybe you have to table to the next meeting.
Commissioner Florimon, I believe, is in the need of an appointment, and he'll take that appointment, so he says. So there's been a motion, so
For what board is this?
this is for the Planning and Zoning Board, and it's for the reappointing of Mark St. Ville.
So how has the planning and zoning board been meeting if they didn't have 5 people?
No, well, actually, it's 7, right?
He didn't have somebody and somebody else didn't have somebody.
No,
Madam Clerk, our time is running
Reappointment.
short.
Reappointment.
reappointing.
Or reappointment, so this is not a reappointment, he's going to be appointed by a new commissioner, so this needs to come back at the next meeting.
Well, respectfully, sir, it is a appointment because he's been active, he's already appointed, he's on the board.
So let's see if it's the will of the commission.
So Commissioner Florimon is going to be the appointee. So we already had a motion.
I make a motion.
Second.
Okay. I have conflicts with that. I don't think that that's appropriate to do, but we have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed?
Aye.
I oppose.
Okay, he fails.
How many opposed? I'm sorry.
4 to 2.
What's your conflict, Mr. Mayor?
We're moving on to 14.6.
Mr. Mayor, you said you have a conflict with that. Do you want to make that conflict clear or no?
I know there's ants all over
There's
here.
ants everywhere, yeah. I'm just trying to get before the clock. I don't want to digress because we got appointments. Go ahead and move forward.
Reappointing Magdalena Amarati to the Public Utilities Commission.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0.
Appointing Ruth Ogan to the Economic Development Commission.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 6-0.
Okay. I'm going to be reading these applications. They were just put on this evening, okay? So these are all to the Senior Advisory Board. The names are as follows, all for the same board. Toby Adelman,
Make the motion.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Go ahead.
Carolyn Boston,
Make the motion.
Second. Any opposed? Go ahead.
Rodney Nesmith,
Make the motion.
Second. Any opposed? Unanimous. Go ahead.
Lillian Monelia,
Make the motion.
Second.
Unanimous. Go ahead.
Trisha Harris,
Make the motion.
Second.
Unanimous. Go ahead.
mispronouncing, Fenny Valinsky,
Are these for the board or that one's for an is that person live in the city?
you gave me this,
If it's-
900 Northeast
There were two that-
178th Street.
There were 2 that I want to be on the board, but they can't vote. They could be on the board.
Okay.
I make the
I'll-
motion.
I'll fix that. So Fanny Valinsky,
She made the motion. Yes, I second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, unanimous.
Evelyn Surreal,
Make the motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Go ahead.
Carolyn Jimenez,
I make the motion.
Second.
Okay, any opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
also Louise Harkness.
Make the motion.
Second.
Okay, any opposed? All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Okay.
And,
All right.
if I could take 1 second, could I just ask Mr. Manager, wherever you are, to, please, if you'd be kind enough to ask our Recreation Department to set up the first senior meeting that's why we needed this for tonight. They need a senior meeting. Thank you.
And also, Mr. Ning advised me that we'll have 5 on the P and Z, so he might not have a quorum for meetings, but we'll,
So who's missing their P and Z appointment?
Trying to make that appointment, you guys voted it down.
yeah, so he just wanted to bring that
Mayor
point.
said he had a conflict, which is understandable, but the rest of you voted it down, so.
Okay, it's 12:20, motion to adjourn?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we adjourn.